All is well. I meant to come here yesterday, but it was not in the cards. But I'm here today. And I'm hoping that mm, this can be as brief as possible just because I have a couple things to do tonight and I'm trying to just keep my energy up for that. However, there are so many things to talk about. And so I feel like one thing that I want to start with is just a temperature check for just for I want to start with me and then zoom out. So I feel like me personally, I feel like I am constantly noticing news in a way that I haven't been. What up, Ryan? Hope you're doing well. I really haven't been that invested in the news at all. But I feel like recently I'm like, oh, Trump did what? What up, Precious Jam? I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I just feel like every time I turn around, I'm noticing that something else is happening, something else is happening. And it's to a point where, again, I feel like I've expanded my political vocabulary. I feel like I've learned a lot of things. Yes, please do hit me up on Discord. I'm going to put up a poll at some point in the chat just so that we can figure out what we want to watch on Sunday. If we want to watch anything on Sunday, if we want to just kick it on Sunday, I'm open to whatever. I just suggested a movie night just so that we can have a certain amount of time. Movies usually be like, what, 90 minutes, sometimes 2 hours. I'm trying to, just something that feels substantial. Yeah, I've had Discord, but I never had my own server. But I've just decided that at this point, there are just so many people being super candid about not having social community IRL that maybe an online community could allow people to connect. Oh, word, that's awesome. What up, Chili? For sure. If you friend request me on the name on this, the live has my name. Once you message me, I'll put you into the group. And again, just for anyone that's intimidated, it's a very small group so far. I want to say it's under 10 people. I want to say might only be 10 people. I'm not trying to discount anybody. I'm just trying to offer that like it's not like 20, 30, 40, 50 people. It just got started. I don't think anyone's even said hello. Literally just put people in the group and have just been waiting to update anybody about anything. So just putting that out there. And if anybody's intimidated, I hear you. I fucking hear you. But with that being said, if you were wanting to connect, if you were wanting to get on the Discord, so far I want to say I have like two rooms in it so far. Let me see. I have I'm sorry, I'm still new to this. I'm still figuring things out. Okay, I have a scream room, which I feel like again, sometimes, bitch, like I've definitely got my scream on a couple times out here, so I don't want anyone to think that if you got to scream and be perceived perhaps in your distress might be helpful. Then there's a room called It's a Club. And my idea with that one is, somebody might be listening to a good playlist. Throw that shit on. Let us all jam. Let us all have a good time. And then the last one is talking shit about white supremacy. Again, I feel like the name is very direct. If you're wanting to, again, carve out space to talk about white supremacy, I'm not saying we can't talk about white supremacy in every space, but I feel like on some like pointed conversation shit, on some like, please don't distract from this. Like, let's stay on this. The Discord name is People Online Who Want to Talk. That's the whole idea. You just have to be a person who happens to be online that wants to talk. That is the criterion for the room. Obviously, no anti-blackness, and there will be more conversations around what conflict resolution looks like, but I feel like that's something that I don't want to impose. I'd rather talk to everybody involved and be like, what do y'all think makes sense? Again, I'm trying to figure out like how we stay in community even when we don't agree. Word. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate you for even asking. But yeah, with that being said, I'm here to talk some shit. Insatiable Monk. I have no raps. But maybe less asking people to do raps. If people aren't already rapping, Don't ask for a rap. How about that? How about that one? Because that was a very strange thing to do. But anyways, moving on. So I did want to start off, as I said, talking about me. I've just been distressed, worried about the news, worried about like every day I hear something that is like distressing, but it's also like my brain. I feel like I'm trying to understand it all. I know a lot of this shit don't make no sense. White supremacy doesn't make no sense. Like white supremacy don't make no sense. So I have to remember that. Yeah, exactly. You know what? And again, it is. You know, and that's what's even more wild is like this is the first Black History Month of my life that it didn't feel like Black History Month. Like this is the first month that I felt like people were like burnt out. Like I feel like even the memes and TikToks from this month are very much like people trying to like, just again, like it's very awkward to say this, but I've noticed like so many fellow mixed people like just trying to like, do a lot more this year. I've noticed, and again, it's like it's the way that I've noticed a lot of people just check the fuck out. Oh my god. Not this motherfucker asking me to rap. That is crazy. Okay, so anyways, though, like I was saying, that distress about what we're gonna do, and also like what can we do, and then also what can we really do? Because like, it's not like there's no options. But with that being said, I don't want to play with anybody. I feel like everybody's focused on getting groceries. I'm sure making sure that the rest of the bills of the month are paid because hello, we just had to pay rent. So again, there's a lot of layers to like what's going on in the immediate. So I don't want to just stay stuck on me. I want to just consider that like there's a lot of things going on. And if you're able to do something that makes you laugh, if you're able to eat something really tasty, if you're able to do something that makes you feel like you're not just existing as a victim of this system, I really hope you pour into that because there have been so many moments in just the last couple weeks where I have to remember, like, we're not Donald Trump victim, bitch. We're not his anything. You feel me? And I feel like it's important for us to remember that we have power beyond what the fuck we may think we have. Hold on one second. I already know. Oh, okay, cool. But as I said, we have power more than we have more power than they want us to believe that we do. Like again, the way that we're talked about, the way that we're getting information given to us is definitely not oh my god, yes. Yellow Ranger don't play, bish. Dang. Listen, oh no, hey, Yellow Ranger, reach out to me on Instagram so we can upload the flyer for you, please. Fuck getting the check. Like maybe somebody has something to share before then. Um, fuck faking it. Like, thank you for being candid. I appreciate you so much. Again, nobody knows. Really, nobody knows like what's gonna happen next. And I think that that's like the harder part is that like we don't know what's coming, but we have seen enough. I believe. And so I think with that being said, we must pour into community as much as possible. And also, joy is revolutionary. I don't disagree with you. Like with that being said, like I don't want anyone to think like we're on some toxic positivity, like, oh, it's all gonna be okay. It's really not. It's already not been okay though. And I feel like I don't want us to act like this is the first time, this is the first strike. It's not. And a lot of people are talking about this experience in this moment as if this isn't historical, as if this isn't unfolding. Oh, like this is the 587th motherfucking, you know what I mean? Like it's very much like we've seen this coming, and again, it's because it's already been here. It's delicious. It's just good. Anyways, so with that being said, if possible, go on to Facebook and look up Buy Nothing and then type in your city or state. You will notice there are a lot of groups. I'm not going to lie. Unfortunately, some of these groups are run by some people that are very much thinking the worst of people. Like I remember one time I asked somebody because they had posted about a bunch of kitchenwares that they had sitting on their porch. And I said, is it cool if I come by? They were like, okay. And so they gave me their address and I never showed up and I reached out to apologize. And the energy was very much like, whatever's left. Like and it was just kind of like, sweetie, I don't drive, so like me getting a ride over to you is, it takes some work. And so with that being said, I was trying to apologize, but the energy was very much like, bitches always do this. And again, I've seen messages on the board where people were like being super candid about how people will be like, oh, I'm gonna come pick this thing up and then don't show up. And it's like, I'm gonna be real. After you apologize the first time, it's kind of just like, if you miss it again, you may just dip out. You may just not even bother again. And so with that being said, like, I want to be super candid that there are some, and again, I don't want to say people's time can't be disrespected, but if you have something sitting outside of your house and someone can just come pick it up, it's not in your house, they don't have to interact with you at all. I just feel like, let's just be a little bit more understanding. But again, like, some bitches act like because you didn't pick up something out of a bucket in front of their house, like you're something's wrong with you, and it's very weird. It's very weird, but I'm gonna put that out there. If you go to the Buy Nothing people, some of them dead ass, like, no shade, they really take it very seriously, and so maybe start your own, because that's where I'm at. I want to make a low maintenance Buy Nothing. If you don't make it, just, you ain't even gotta tell us why you didn't make it. And it didn't matter because we had a bin sitting outside. And so, and then maybe if people aren't comfortable with giving out their address for someone coming to get it, why not have a park where we go to, and there's a drop off at the park. Like, we could probably really talk to the Parks and Rec department at this point about a free bin underneath a pavilion. Like, at this point. But again, motherfuckers want to fight instead of just strategize with how we can make it more comfortable for all of us. And that's where I'm at. I'm at a point where it's like, let's figure out how we can make it work instead of figuring out how we could drag and shit on somebody for not getting some free spatulas. Like, this seems real high stakes, Christine, and it doesn't need to be. Exactly. Hmm. Truly, that part. But that's the thing about it, is like, what else are you supposed to feel? Like, what else are you supposed to feel? People really want ownership over our feelings, or want us to all be on the same page, and we're not. Like, some people are really like, that's the thing. Like, there are some people right now thinking about graduation. Somebody out there right now is so excited for prom. Um, yeah, yeah. Bitch, I'm old as hell. I'm like, there's somebody right now planning a wedding. Bitch, I know several fat bitches planning weddings right now, and like, they look so happy, and I'm just like, bitch, it's like in the middle of all of this chaos, babies are being born. You know what I mean? Like, in the middle of all of this, there's new life. But I will say that I've watched some crazy things. I don't want to go too far because, bitch, I want to talk about Onaja in Pakistan so bad. Like, just please know that. Like, that has been the one thing that I've been gathering so much information. So when I came here, I could really talk to y'all. I did go to one prom, but the second one I didn't bother because I was like, like, I went to senior, not junior. I felt like junior would have been whack. And so I didn't worry about it. But senior definitely went. It was a good time. Got a sewing, wore a green dress. It was cute. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like the first sewing I ever got, like, was for prom, and I just feel like, between me and you, I don't know about other sewing people, but it's like, bitch, it's just, that's so much. If you don't have a friend to help you, I just feel like you shouldn't get a sewing by yourself. I feel like you should definitely have somebody to help you with that, because I feel like that takedown process was crazy. Bitch, I wish. And I did go to graduation, but I feel like, again, like, I like, none of that shit mattered. Like, I was like so poor and ready to like go to college. I was like, anyways, like prom didn't matter. None of that mattered. And then also, you want to know what it was? I was friends with people like my junior year. The reason why I didn't go to junior prom is because I went to senior prom junior year. So that's why I knew, that's why I was like not even tripping about going to my junior prom because my junior prom was all my friends were a grade above me. So I actually went to motherfucking senior prom, was having good ass motherfucking fun because I was just that girl. I always hung out with the grade above me. And then with that being said, also when all my friends that were in school went to college, I was in senior year finally. So they were excited for my fucking senior year, but I didn't really care that much because my friend was already out of town. But I did the whole we're at prom, and then we went to the hotel afterwards. It was boring. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. I'm crying. Not show y'all pics. I feel like if you add me on Facebook, you can see them. Like I'm not one of those people that's like hiding my life. Like I still got a whole like I literally just traumatized myself watching videos from college. Oh my god, bitch. Whoa, like oh bitch. Oh my god. I wanted to throw up. Ooh, it was terrible. Um exactly. Like I just feel like if you're like in a relationship, prom might matter more. I feel like prom low key probably feels like a mini wedding to some couples in like high school. Maybe. I just feel like I was out here by myself. I didn't even have like a good like girlfriend group to get excited about dress shopping and shit. I feel like I got my dress from Torrid and said fuck it. I also feel like that's another layer to this is I feel like a lot of the girlies was going to the fucking Davis Bridal to get fucking prom dresses. And it's like, bitch, if you're poor, your prom is not gonna be the same as other bitches. I feel like that's a whole nother layer to this. If I came from wealth, I would probably give so much more of a fuck. But sweetie, I knew there was no tiara. I knew there was no, you know what I mean? I knew there was no. So it's like I knew I was gonna wear a little sheath dress with my titty crack out. I tried the heels, and I feel like that's another reason why I blurred it out. Cause it's like I remember wearing the heels, and at some point I was just like, bitch, this ain't real. And I feel like I was dead ass walking around in some slides, bitch, at the prom, but it's fine. But it's fine, bitch. Nobody was looking at my feet, them. Nobody was looking at my feet, them. Don't worry about it. But anyways, moving on. Oh, so fucking oh Niger, bitch. I want to be super candid that I think again we all laughed at first. We all was like, "Oh, haha, like this is so funny," but I think it's the way that you know very soon after I thought it was funny, I'm doing some research and I'm just like, damn girl. Because here's the thing. I wanna start off soft because if at any point people think that I wanna drag this lady, it couldn't have been that. Cause I'm over here just trying to give a lot of empathy. Cause one thing that I was sitting with when I saw that she was 33, I started thinking about how when you're in your 30s, bitch, and again, this is the people gonna say think what they want to think, but 30s is weird. And I feel like some people may not want to hold that, but I feel like I say that as somebody who's definitely had like arrested development. I've definitely like had complex PTSD from trauma. Definitely wasn't acting my age, was definitely making moves that a much younger person would have maybe already fucked around and found out about. So with that being said, I feel like being in my 30s, it feels hilarious because I feel like people try to shame me and make me feel bad for about to be 40, but it's like why like that's awesome. Another year, another like why are we shaming people for making it? Like that's my thought process. It's like the price of food. It's like, sweetie, it's the way I'm like, whoa, we need 1,200 calories every day. And then motherfuckers be shaming people 40 years of surviving this shit. Wow. Awesome. Gaming, I love to hear that. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Like I be fucking sad, but then it's like there are trans people still fucking dancing, still fucking living their life. So as much as I could be sad, I could also look at people that are still maintaining some joy. But again, I'm not trying to make it seem like the last 35 years was cool. But I'm just trying to be candid that like I don't feel no shame about getting older. I'm fucking grateful for the opportunity. And again, there are so many people that we've lost. Like there's so many people that we've lost. There are so many people that they just didn't get another day for no fucking reason. And so with that being said, like it's easy to think like you're here for a reason. And like I'm not trying to discount anybody who feels like that, but I choose to think I'm here because I have more work to do. There's more to do. And so that's where I'm at. I'm trying to focus on what I can do. Where can I stay active? Where can I stay moving in my purpose. I'm not worried about being alive just to be alive. I feel like if I'm here for anything, bitch, I'm here for the experience, to learn, to offer joy, to get supported, and to offer support. You know what I mean? I'm not just here for one thing. And so, as I was saying earlier, we're not just Donald. We're not Donald Trump's victims. We're not his. So let's just keep that in mind. That he doesn't own us, and that the trauma that has been unfolding here has just changed names. It's still the same white supremacy. It's still the same anti-blackness. It's still the same. And so I want us to keep holding that, especially when us non-black folk try to act like, oh, especially when white folks try to act like, oh, there's something new happening. No, like we must stand on, this is not new. And it's not to shame. It is to, again, be historical, because there's a lot of ahistorical conversations happening that are very bizarre. But again, they're setting up what needs to be said enough times to change the story. And again, I've been just sitting with so many great content creators. I've been sharing them on my community tab, who have been sharing information that, again, is not in a book. It's probably not even on a website that you can find easily. Some of the time when you're on Google, especially if you're looking for, again, especially if you're looking for information about anti-blackness, looking for information about how certain things happened, you really need to ask very specific questions. You have to actually happen upon videos. And again, the more you watch videos from smaller creators talking about the things that you like, the more the algorithm is going to dig for you. And so, sure, let the shit play, but consider that when you look more specifically, when you type in things that are very specific, you're going to find smaller creators, and they're going to be talking about things. And I just found one today that I'm just like, damn, thank you so much, because they were breaking down narcissism in the movie Cruella. How the fuck did I get there? Bitch, I don't know. But it just, again, just the ways that, like, you can find people if you really ask a more direct question into the search bar. But I know I'm like really off topic. I feel like I was talking about Onijah, but then I got off. But what I'm trying to say is, like, being 35 years old, she's 33. I was trying to make the connection that, like, in your 30s, it's a weird time to be alive, because you're not in your 20s, meaning that, like, any decision you make, people are going to look at you extra crazy. And then also when you're in your 30s, there's almost this, you should be somewhere in life, somewhere. Like, we should be able to place you in life somewhere. And so, again, her being 33, seemingly showing up in Pakistan to be the wife of a 19-year-old, that right there, that whole sentence had me sitting here like, okay, all right. There's some people that had to get up out of here. Ryan, I appreciate you. Thank you for saying any of that. Truly, I appreciate all the folks that just hold space for all the wild things that are set up in here. But yeah, if you say something really wild, we're just gonna hide you, babe. We're gonna still harvest your energy, don't worry. But we're just gonna hide you. You're not gonna be able to communicate. So it's not worth it, right? It's not worth it. Just keep it cute. Keep it cute. That's all I advise. So moving forward, as I was saying, like in your 30s, at least in my experience, it feels silly. It feels like you have a lot of memories that, again, some of them don't matter anymore. I feel like that's a thing in the 30s. Like, you'll have a whole moment where you'll remember something, but it don't matter no more. And that can feel kind of lonely, to remember like some vivid friendship, some vivid romantic connection, and it doesn't matter. And then low key to talk about it with that person would be insane. And so there's a yearning in the 30s to like want to like say, hey, what happened? Like, where did our friendship go wrong? There's so many things that I want to say, and maybe other people aren't there, but I feel like, at least from my perspective, 30s is just very much contemplative, very much like, hold up, how can I be acting a fool? How can I be fucked up? Again, I find my 30s, I'm moving way slower, and I'm so grateful for that, because again, in my 20s, I thought you gotta act quickly. Now I'm like, whoa, let me plan this out. Let me take my time. Let me think about this a little bit longer. Let me ask advice. Let me talk to someone who may have a different perspective. These are things that I just didn't always have in my arsenal, and I also didn't feel vulnerable enough to even bother anyone else with a question. And again, feeling the vulnerability to be like, like, can you help? Like, can you tell me something that's going to, or can you hear my problem? Can you hold space for what I'm saying? And also, do I trust your lens? Do I trust your moral code? Do I trust the way that you hold, harm reduction as a practice? Like, do I trust you? And again, building trust, like trying to figure out how you really do that when some people be lying. This is always just like the way, or not even some, it's the way that like we're taught to lie. So it's like there's just times where it feels like you're overthinking and underthinking. 30s is a mind fuck. 30s feels like I'm trying to notice a pattern, but you're actually going off script a lot, and I'm just really not sure. It's being confused, but also being quite certain. It's not really knowing, but also having to keep going. And so I'm not trying to rhyme, bitch, but I'm just saying that it's very much a deep sigh, a little snack, some water for hydration, definitely some weed, and a good friend to experience something new with, because again, like we really have to keep on living despite all the bullshit. So with that being said, 30s is very much learning things, very much realizing things very highly. And so with that being said, a woman who's 33 years old getting on a plane to go to another country to marry a man, I'm gonna be super fucking candid with you. I'm not gonna say that I haven't been close to that. Now, a man that was 19 years old, no, but the man that tried to kill me most recently was about 10 years younger than me, and I'm not gonna lie. At first, I was like really trying to rationalize it. I was really trying to make it make sense because like we had both been abandoned and had started a pretty innocent friendship, but at some point he did the thing where he's like, "Hey, sex work?" And I was just like, you're my friend. I actually don't want to fuck you, but I'll kick it with you. Like, we'll be friends." And again, I'm forgetting that as a sex worker, like once a man tries to like get you to do something for money, he does not see you as a person. And I'd be forgetting that. I'd be forgetting that as a hoe, because I've had some men that have like valued me seemingly as a human. But again, it's the way that like once you monetize like something that you're offering a man, it can be very hard for them to actually like value you as a person, treat you like a person, or even hold space for you like you are a whole fucking being. And again, I'm not saying this as a, oh no, I was a sex worker. It's more just like I really thought that like I could change our relationship, that I could like offer him a friendship with someone that he was attracted to sexually. And like, it was never going to be that. And again, did I have sex with him? Absolutely. I had sex with him 2 different times. And I feel like by the second time, I knew like it can't work. Cause like he's not, it wasn't necessarily that he was 10 years younger than me. That was part of it. But it was also the fact that I knew that I did not like, I was just lonely. Like, I was just lonely. I didn't like him. I just wanted to see, could I like enjoy this? And like, I couldn't. And again, I know someone's like, you did it twice. I definitely did. Because the first time I was checking, and the second time I was just like, maybe. And it was a no. It was a no. Again, I'm not trying to make a case for myself. I do think that like hooking up with somebody who's, I feel like 10 years is a lot. I feel like 10 years is a fucking lot. And I think that some people don't want to hold that. I wasn't hooking up with someone who was in their teens, but they were in their 20s. And I just feel like with that being said, like someone being 24, I'm 34, I'm never going to say that that made sense. I'm never going to say that because again, at the end of the day, had he not tried to kill me, it would have still been a crazy situation. But the fact that he tried to kill me almost 1,000% solidifies that I should not have been up over there. But with that also being said, him trying to kill me and me calling the police. But I just want to take a moment and say, I usually don't believe in the justice system. I'm usually that girl that's like, fuck the justice system, fuck the police. And I still feel like that for the most part. But for some reason, the state I'm in reimburses bitches. Like apparently a man almost killing you is worth money. And you know what? My friend was like, I'm so sorry to hear that a man tried to kill you. I was like, honestly, I'm not. I was like, because it's the first time I ever survived some shit, and motherfuckers is like, you deserve some money from that. I'm like, now I survived. Now I've been surviving for free. I was like, now I was surviving for free. Meanwhile, anyways, all I gotta say is it's the way that I literally was like screaming on the phone. Like I had won a lottery, bitch. And the bitch was like, we just want to make sure we got the right address so we can send this check. I was like, ma'am. I was like, do you know how many times I've been left for dead? And I just didn't die. And you're telling me because I called the police, you're giving bitches money? Bitch, I'm calling them out. You better not fuck with me. Sweetie. I have never worked with 12 in my life, but dun, 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 dun. Detective Stabler, Mariska Hargitay. I'm so fucking serious, bitch. Like, I'm sweetie. It's the way I'm getting a body cam. It's the way I'm getting a body cam. Sweetie, it's the way if I would have had body cam footage, I really think they would have put another 1,000 on it. I'm really distressed. Like, I'm not gonna tell my business, but it was a low amount. It was not like I don't want to say it wasn't hundreds because I'm a hundredaire, but it's still like it wasn't enough hundreds for me. And I just feel like with that being said, I'm like, whoa, like they are really wow. Crazy. Again, I am so grateful. I am so grateful. Oh my God. It's the way I'm like, wow. Now I survived and I'm here. Again, with that being said, I'm trying to lighten the mood. That's colorist language. I'm trying to make it silly. But what I'm trying to offer is that, I was lonely as fuck. Fuck with somebody way younger than me. I almost got chopped the fuck up, bitch. Put in a box. Survived. Thankfully. Shout out to Angie. Cause bitch, I had to run to my neighbor house, bitch, and be like, he tried to kill me. You don't have to, again, maybe you don't know. But bitch, when something crazy happens, you know how you have to be like, oh my God, bitch, something crazy had happened, call the police. And it's like, sweetie, I just almost got stabbed on the toilet taking a dookie. I really don't have any more of this, but I can't just show up there like, hey, like, yeah, the killer escaped. Can you call 911? Bitch, just the way I popped up on her, like, I know she was traumatized. And I didn't mean to traumatize her, but it was just like, girl, like, what am I supposed to give right now? Because I don't have no phones. So anyways, with that being said, that whole situation unfolding was a nightmare. It really did make me think twice about fucking with anybody in general. Obviously I did, bitch. Obviously I did, bitch. Obviously some of y'all know I got a bookie. I know. I tried to not have a bookie, but then I was like, bitch, why would I deny myself? Again, Taurus rising. Leave me alone. I can't help it. I need pleasure. I need connection. I need friends. I need companionship. And again, I have friends. I don't need a man. Sure. But it's nice to have one. I'm one of those. I feel like it's nice to have a man around the house. I'm not one of those, I need it on some chocolate shit. I'm not. But I do pretty much stay booed up. That is true. That is true. It's very hard for me to stay single because again, I like to be. I'm baby. I'm not trying to defend myself. I'm just trying to offer. I know some people have said that I stay in a relationship. I've never been single, and while I wish it was always that. It's not, but it is right now, and so that's that on that. That's all I got. Anyways, so moving along, like I said, I was dealing with somebody 10 years younger than me. That was insane. I shouldn't have done it. I was lonely as fuck. And I didn't want to tell anyone I was lonely. I didn't want to talk about my loneliness. I wanted to just figure it out. But in the midst of me trying to use somebody for pleasure, I got played the fuck out and almost fucking died, bitch. So that was really crazy. Not trying to put them all together like that so neatly, but just to acknowledge that I wasn't really thinking. I wasn't really thinking past pleasure. I wasn't really thinking past just not being alone. And so when I hear about a 33-year-old woman flying, leaving her children and her husband in New York to go to Pakistan, she was supposed to be back in 2 weeks. Her son said that her son showed his fucking birth certificate on the fucking live to show that he was connected to her, which really had me wondering, like, what is really going on in that household? Because what person shows their birth certificate to the motherfucking to the internet community? Like, that is such a sensitive document, and that child clearly does not have like they don't have the guidance, the care, the support, and it's clear because he over here getting on the internet talking about that's my mom. She's unwell. She has a bipolar episode. It's like the way that he's adultified but still a kid. And so there were so many layers to this story that actually made me quite uncomfortable. It's like you're in another country talking to a 19-year-old child. I know some people will say that that's a grown man, but clearly not if his parents can reject a relationship that they already online created in seemingly his culture. Seemingly they were already married and his family said this is inappropriate. We don't want our child to be groomed by a 33-year-old woman, which I appreciated. I know some people will not appreciate that like somebody's parent like told them no, this isn't right. I don't want this for you. And again, when I was 19, if somebody would have intervened on me with an abusive ass white dude, who knows where I'd be? But I didn't have that. And so, with that being said, I think because I'm now in my 30s looking at situations a little bit differently, I now realize like how much of a predator she looked like and how much I probably look like to people on the outside in that situation. Even though we kicked it in my apartment where I was squatting, it wasn't on the highest of keys. I wasn't out and about with him. And again, because he propositioned me, I thought it was fine to what? To benefit from his privilege. Again, I'm not trying to take away from the ways that I've moved. I feel like that's why I'm trying to give like my own experience being lonely in the 30s and doing something that again, I think in some ways I was hoping that, he hadn't been indoctrinated too much with patriarchy, that he could be a friend, a real friend, and like someone that could be again like intimate in some ways. But in retrospect, I feel like all I kept realizing was I know too much and I can't connect with you because again, you don't know as much as me and it feels weird as fuck. And so with that also being said, I think that her connection with this person and us literally only seeing her, we're able to conjure all types of things in our mind. We're able to come up with this idea of a younger boy, of someone, again, when someone is 10 years younger than someone who is in their 30s, your mind can go many places to where and why and what was really happening. And so, with that being in mind, I want folks to look up the word ephebophile. I know some people may know about pedophile. I know some people may know about hebophile, but a phebophile is a person that is connecting with people that are just under 20 years old. And so I want to be super candid. I'm trying to uplift information that I'm learning myself because I knew about hebophile. I did not know about a phebophile. I did not know about the ways that people are very paying attention to the numbers and paying attention to like to make sure it's not that wrong. It's not that bad. Again, it's the way that when people are actually being inappropriate with younger people, they will like make sure they'll scrutinize the numbers to make sure that like the numbers don't sound that bad. And again, what our society thinks sounds bad is like 14 and motherfucking 19. But if somebody is 16 and somebody's 19, people won't feel that fucking crazy, even though I feel like that's wild. I personally feel like that. Some people may really not. Some people may feel like 19 and 25 sound good. I know when I was 17, I was dealing with a 25-year-old. I don't think that that was right. But again, who's teaching me that? Who's teaching him that? Like, again, our society does not teach us when we're younger to be, I'm sorry, there was something crazy in my fucking eye. But our society, when we're younger, teaches us to look at older people as if like they could be teaching us something. But it's the way that like a lot of times, from what I'm noticing, is like the people that are the most invested in like trying to teach younger people things, they're usually people who were groomed themselves. Not always, but there's a lot of times where it seems like people are learning these things and then trying them out on other people, and that's how it maintains itself. But I did want to also uplift that, like, in the midst of doing the digging, it seems that she's actually been in Pakistan since October. And so that's another layer to this, is that like the people in Pakistan have been getting a really bad rep. And I'm not gonna lie, even me in the beginning, I was like, I don't know, bruh. Like people over there do things to women, and here's my thing: I'm sure they do. But somebody on a video I just shared in my community tab, it was the very last TikTok in the Cindy's Villa um, video. But it's still worth it. I feel like the whole thing's worth it to watch because I think that again, I think the whole thing is just it's a microcosm or like a just one omnipotent way to talk about this because it is a layered combo. But one of the things uplifted was that when you're not from a certain place, like when you're not from a place like Pakistan, you're treated with a little bit more care. And apparently in Pakistan, there is a desire to keep Americans happy. And the woman in the video named that when she goes to Mali, when she's in Africa, she's like, people in Africa treat me better as a black woman than I get treated in America. And she's like, they're aware of my status as being American. And so they go out of their way for me. And so I think that unfortunately what some people may not want to think about is how people can show up to places and be a colonizer even though in their homeland they would not be. And so I want us to consider, things like how Israel was created, how like what reconstruction after the Holocaust in Germany looked like. What did it mean to be harmed in a particular way and then be offered reparation in terms of other people's land? What does that look like today? And so with that being said, her saying that she wants to fix Pakistan and her making jokes about Pakistan not looking as good as America, her being from New York of all places and being in a place demanding thousands of dollars when from what I was hearing, people there make like 2,000 per month. Like that's like cumulative, like entire earnings, meaning that these people are making less than 30K a year. And she's saying, give me your salary. Give me your salary. Again, it's the way that like, when you look at stories like this, it's like, if that was a white man, we would know what time it was. It's the way that like it being someone else from America, we're employing our American lens and we're not considering that we can't zoom out. Like all we can see is like a marginalized person getting treated kind of good. Okay, Rob, thank you for enjoying me. But yeah, like I was saying, there's just a layer to this conversation that is just very frustrating because again, as much as I don't want to do too much, I don't want to drag her. I really don't, because again, it was uplifted that she has bipolar disorder, she has BPD, and that she is trying her best, seemingly, to again, it's so hard to talk about because it's like on one hand, if anybody else was doing what she was doing from America, we would see what time it was. Any other person. But because she is a black woman, there is a layer of, again, minstrelsy attached to this as well. And so with that being said, I don't want to discount the fact that some people have absolutely said, they wish the best for her. They hope nothing bad happens to her. But for the most part, it seems as if she is now getting marriage proposals from men that are from the country. But a lot of these men are trying to figure out what she's going to offer them. And again, it's going back to what I was saying about how like when a man thinks he can buy you, when a man thinks he can give you money in exchange for your company connection, it's called sex work. And so I think that some people don't want to hold that like some connections that we're witnessing are sex work situations are very transactional. And so it seems like she came over to Pakistan to benefit from the 19-year-old person and his family. I'm not saying you don't get married to not benefit. I'm not saying that. But the way she keeps on pivoting between I was abandoned. And that's the other thing too. She never once said she was abandoned. That's the other thing about it. Out of her own mouth, I never heard her say that. The stories that have come out have stated that she was abandoned and they just changed the locks one day and she couldn't get in and she was screaming and going, just having a meltdown clearly because everything that was working wasn't anymore. And again, she's been in that country since October. They're only now doing a press briefing this last week. It's January. Keep that in mind. And so with that being said, she was clearly being cared for and supported. They've given her makeup. They gave her jobs. Like, she has a whole big ass suitcase. Again, I'm not saying that she's like doing great. Never would say that. What I am trying to offer though is that like she is being supported in some ways. And the last video I saw of her, she was sitting counting lots of money, thousands of dollars. I'm not saying that like this is not alarming, but I do think that unfortunately the lack of medical health support in America and the lack of support Black women get, period, in medical spaces, it's like there are people telling her to come back, and there are many Black people saying, bitch, stay. Like, and it's awkward because on one hand, I can understand somebody Black not wanting to leave being cared for after harm. She was discarded by this man and his family. True. Two things could be true at once. The family discarded her, and she also was preying upon that boy. And I know that we say 19 isn't a boy, but bitch, when I talk about a 19-year-old in the same light, I'm going to say girl. I'm not going to say grown woman when I say 19. And with that being said, I know we live in a world where we're aware of patriarchy. I love that for us. But there are moments where I wonder, are we unwilling to hold that, like, how we talk about victims when they're not cis women, that really does tell us where we're really at. No shade. Like, it really tells us, like, if we're trying to respond, if we're trying to practice our politics as a response, or if we're really thinking about how shit is going to play out in the long run for all of us. Because again, it's the same kind of vibe that like white people be steady thinking Black people want them dead. And they say that's why they do what they do. They're trying to preempt an attack. I really wonder if that's what some women think, that if they diminish male victims, that somehow, you get what I'm trying to say here? Like, if you diminish them, it can never be the same, right? And I don't know. Again, I think some folks don't want patriarchy to end. I think they want matriarchy. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't think people want there to be everybody is equal. If somebody harms you, if the violence is gendered, we should hold space for that. But also on the opposite tip, like, we can't operate as if men are the only oppressors. And yet when we talk about abuse, like, we call people male identified, right? And it's just like, is that what it is? Is that what it is? There's no gender neutral way for us to talk about their behavior. That's what I'm getting at. There's a way that we're kind of just like putting the shoe on the other foot and being like, this will work. And it's like, how? If it didn't work before, how could it work now? Again, I know some people will think that power resting in cis women is what we need. That's what we need. And it's like, no, I don't believe that. I think power resting in all people. I think looking at the most marginalized within gender. And here's my thing. There is a conversation happening right now where I know some people do not want to hear this, but the people that are the most harmed when it comes to the transphobia happening oftentimes are Black women. And I know some people will take that as a drag, but I want folks to hear that it's okay to be triggered by information. It's okay to hear something and be like, what the fuck? It's okay to hear something and say, that doesn't apply to me. That's okay. What I'm trying to offer is that within the concept of gender, white people have always been a part of it. Everybody else was brought into gender as a project, but the idea of man and woman has been resting in whiteness forever. I do love mayonnaise. It's delicious. Thank you for uplifting my desires. Anyways, as I was saying, when you are not a white person, your gender is very much up to the pleasure of whoever the fuck has more privilege over you in the moment. Again, it's the way that I know some people don't want to hear that transphobia is going to affect marginalized people the most. People who are not white are going to be harmed by transphobia the most. The ways that when you're a white non-binary person, you still somehow have so much privilege. It's the way when you look at the world stage and we see trans people gaining anything, it's typically white trans people. It's the way that the trans man who carried his own child has been shunned and treated like pure shit. And that was a black trans person doing something quite beautiful. Again, there's layers to how when you're a white person and you're trans or you're non-binary, or again, you just are not on the spectrum of man, or you're not a man or a woman. You're living in the nature and the divine of all of it. With that being said, if you're non-white, there's another layer of performance to the idea of your gender. Consider this, that when white women are on the screen, we can maybe look at their aesthetic and figure out who they are. But when they open their mouth, we really give them a chance to be somebody. With that being said, it's the way we look at a woman like Onija, the way that she's talking, the way that she's dressed. People have already decided that she's poor, she's nothing, and they're laughing at her, but for how long? And again, when no one's laughing, where does she go? Again, it's the way that like we can acknowledge that like if there was a white person up over there, it would have been probably a little bit less funny, a little bit more political, the conversation. It's the way conversations shift depending on what woman we're looking at. Again, I want to be clear that while I don't want nothing bad to happen to good sis, I am trying to uplift that it's the way that white supremacy will have us notice a woman like Nicki Minaj, will have us notice a Beyonce. But the Onijas of the world, they are fodder for memes. They're fodder. And again, there are some of y'all out there that know of some black folk that you do not know, but they said one little thing, it was kind of funny, and now that's who that person is. A gif. A fucking meme forever. Again, it's the way that like Onija, no matter what happens to her, people are gonna laugh forever at this shit. And again, it's the way that we know she's mentally unwell. It's the way that we know her son already came out and said that they want her to come home. Again, it's so many layers to this story. It's really not funny when you think about it. It's actually quite distressing how wild things are and the ways that some people are saying that she catfished the 19-year-old. And again, all we have to know, truly, in my opinion, is that she's 30 something years old and she has mental health issues and she is in somebody else's country moving like a colonizer. To, I think, paint a picture that this woman has not been given the proper support, but also there is a way that, like, when we talk about people, certain people, we're able to like be softer and more gentle with them. And I'm not saying they don't deserve it. What I'm trying to offer is there's a way that we'll see a woman do something really heinous and we'll be like, well, at least it wasn't a man. And it's like, I don't know if that's the take. Again, I know some people will say, oh, I don't care. Oh, men get away with that. And it frustrates me. Because again, like there are times where the victim isn't a man or a woman. The victim is a trans person who is non-binary. And then people will really be stuck on what to do. It's the way we really flip the switch and we know the men are bad, but who else? And it's the way that like if all men are bad, if we're saying it's a bad batch, again, I'm not trying to say that we should like hold too much space for men to shift and transform. I am not saying that shit at all. I feel like, again, on a case by case basis, right, bitch? But again, it's the way that some of us will really think like the woman is always going to be the one to believe. And again, it's the way that like if all women are constantly seen as the victims of patriarchy, how do we acknowledge when we as non-men are part of the harm? Like again, as someone who is like not a man but has absolutely moved like more mask of center seemingly, or has like not performed as a femme to other people's liking, has shown up perhaps a little bit too. Again, it's the ways that like I wonder, like are we wanting to condemn Like, are we wanting to condemn the morals or the people? And that's really where I'm at. It's like, do I believe all men are on the same accord? No, but I do believe they all have paid. Are you okay? Yeah. Do you want some water? Sure. Do you know if you want a water bottle or no? Do you want a juice box? Are you asleep again? I think he's asleep again. Yes. Anyways. Hey, I tried. You heard me. Yeah, he's asleep. Anyways, moving on. But yeah, no, this woman, she definitely needs some support. But I think that again, last time I checked, she had a couple, whatever they're called out there, the ducats, whatever ducats are out there, they had them, and she was smoking a cigarette and putting it in her hand. And again, as the last video I shared in communities was showing, they'll really see Americans, especially American women, and be fascinated by what they see. But there's a part of me that's like, but for how long? On some Sarah Bartman bitch. Like how long is she going to be funny? Doubloons, exactly. You get it. Well, whatever baubles they have over there, I seen her with a bunch of them, bitch, and a cigarette, and I was kind of living. I was gonna living for it because it's like, bitch, and the way she be telling people to go home again. If it was somebody white doing this shit, we would be like, this is crazy. But it's the way that, like, when the colonizer, if somebody else put on colonizer shoes, you might watch their feet. You might really watch their feet, and again, and you might not think like you might not think they're stomping on you. You might think like they're wearing some beautiful shoes. Again, it's the way that, like, I feel like she sounds, from the way she's operating with these people, very pilgrim, but I feel like they're not seeing it that way. And again, it's the way she said she needed 20. She said she needed 200,000 for real estate and 100,000. Excuse me, 100,000 for real estate. She said she's gonna clean up Pakistan, and I'm just looking at her like, sweetie, you're from New York. Why wouldn't you put that money on Flatbush? Like, that's where I'm at. If the Pakistanis give you that much money, girl, sweet. It's a couple spots on the green line that could use 100,000, but bitch, low key, bitch, the conversion rate, I don't think it's worth it. She might want to stay over there with it. Like, low key, bitch. Like, low key, it makes me think of like that one spot in Africa where, like, apparently a bunch of like black folks like put money into, and like people from America can go there. I can't remember the name of it, but I could be making that up. I want to say this shit was called Freetown. I could be making that up. Here's my thing. I'm just like, why would you take these people money and put it back in their community? Like, why are you saying you're going to Dubai? What's going on? I just wonder what the scam is. I just want to know what the lick reads. Like, that's really where I'm at. I'm just like, what's next? Like, that's really where I'm at. I really have no judgment against her. I hope that she starts, a chapter. Not even that. I hope she invests in some mental health support for real, and like maybe just some comfort. Like, that's all I can think is like, man, I hope she's a good therapist and some good food, a good comfortable place to be, and just gets left the fuck alone with community around her. But just like, the press being around her scares me, because it's like when they go, like, how are we gonna find her? You know what I mean? That's really where I'm at. It's like, how are we gonna know she's okay? And I feel like that's why I think she's becoming more and more important, because again, we live in a country that tells us the whole universe planet hates black people. And so if you see a black woman demanding, she be repaired by a government, again, this is not like, I again, people will say that Donald Trump is surprising, but I feel like this is way more surprising. Like, I feel like Donald Trump, I'm just like, and water is wet, a pig's pussy is pork. This woman in the hijab cussing folk out, telling them to go home and mind their business, and it's not her religion. It's her religion to not tell her business. Like this woman is again, it's giving minstrel. Unfortunately, again, it's just the way that it's being reported on by non-black people. Like there's no way to see it as anything else. And I've seen a lot of black folks be worried about talking about this. And again, there's moments where I'm just like, when people have mental health issues and they go on the internet, hi. We press play, bitch. You feel me? Like, I'm not trying to be fucked up. But it's like at some point she was like, turn on the cameras. Like at some point she was directing this. At some point she was like, yeah, get the camera, get the microphone, put them right here on the desk. Yeah, and you stand over here. Like, let's keep it a buck. Like they didn't want to tell the news this. This doesn't make their country look good. But I feel like at some point she's like, get the cameras here, bitch. Like she probably told them straight up, like, call the embassy. You feel me? I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. You don't like listen. It's a lot of TV shows in America that'll give you enough information so that you could call the Pentagon. You know what I mean? Like, listen, the right sentences that you need to say to get them to call, to get CNN, to get, again, she got through, did she not? She been there since October. Nobody heard a fucking word. Let's be real. Let's be real. Shit might have been cute. Now it might not be, and I feel like that's maybe part of why she's going so hard on social media in terms of like being showcased so much. Like maybe things actually did get to a point where she's like, bitch, I gotta bring the story out wider because the people that's helping me is not enough. Clearly those people don't have 100K. So the fact that she's telling the government, it's just kind of like, damn. But as the woman in the video that I shared said, they know that their president is they know that Donald Trump is just as unstable as this woman. And it was like, damn. And again, that's why I can't really be laughing like that, because it's like, it's the way Donald Trump might just be like, you know what? Again, it's the way that like he's a reality TV show judge. Like let's keep it a buck. Like Donald Trump had a show where he used to have people just do nonsense for him, and he used to just sit there all day next to his son and his daughter. Like this motherfucker, like low key on some like, I'm not trying to give him too much, but he really like figured out how to sit there with his child and his other child and just look like they have money. They were able to sit there and look like they had money. They were broke, but they were able to give. And again, it's white propaganda, right? Like we think Donald Trump got money because of how he looked. But when you really think about it, like a suit and someone to put you in a limo, like you really... I'm not saying it's cheap to do it. I'm just saying you don't have to be rich. And like, that's the thing. "90-Day Fiance" for real. 90-Day Fiance for real. Like, you already know. Wait, is this really Josh Johnson? Is this real? Don't play, because I'll throw up. Anyways. But with that being said, it's the way that like, again, like people are like the way people are talking about, oh, people are afraid of America. It's like, are they afraid of America, or is America historically evil, doing evil things, lots of evilness, and will do something just to gain? And again, it's the way that some people might think that this woman is funny, and Donald Trump might be like, ooh, good ratings. That's how he thinks. I hate to say that, but he loves a good headline. He loves to scare people. It's really sick, but he's into that shit because, again, it's the way that like masculinity rests on performance. The way that men have to constantly show like, I don't give a fuck, I don't care. Like that lack of like empathy, like is part of the performance of masculinity. And again, as I was saying before, like it's the way that like, when you're not a woman, not a man, but you operate a particular way, like there are people that we know they're not men, but they're operating quite unempathetically, quite with lack of regard. Again, it's the way that like when we're talking about masculinity, sometimes we're just talking about like violent behavior. And motherfuckers will be like, oh, he's such a man. It's like, because again, what are we saying is manly? And again, it's the way that like somebody might say that like my behavior or demeanor is masculine. How so? What do we expect from women? What do you expect me to be doing? What do you think my behavior should be? And again, it's all resting in that it all rests in other people's projection. Because if I know that how I'm performing or how I'm showing up to you, I know somebody could call me masculine or will ask me like, are you a man or a woman? Just the ways that like people could not know what you are. And that's a moment to pause and ask more questions. I'm not saying that like trans people aren't fascinating. What I'm trying to offer is that it's the way that like people have really decided that like transness is worth like devaluing someone's life over. And again, it's the way that it's the way that we live in a world that has always decided like humanity is worth devaluing black people over. So again, why would anybody else like benefit or why would anyone else be comfortable here? Why would anyone else have comfort here? Why? Why? When humanity was created outside of blackness, why would any of us be comfortable or have a good day? Like, I'm just saying, it doesn't add up. And so, again, let's just consider that, like, a lot of our freedom and liberation, it rests in anti blackness being destroyed. It rests in transphobia being destroyed, which is part of anti blackness. It rests on white supremacy and all of its babies being cut. And again, some people will cut until they hear the trans massage and war. They'll cut until they hear fat phobia. They'll cut until, and again, some of us are not willing to decolonize yet because again, it means being candid about how maybe you're ignorant and you don't know. Mm. And that's the thing about transness is like I've never felt more connected to like nature than like understanding myself as not a man or a woman. Like I've never felt more in line with like the natural what we come from, like literally the earth. I've never felt more connected than when I stopped assuming that I should be performing like a woman. And again, it's the way that the idea of being a woman and Sojourner Truth and her poem. I know some people don't want to hear this shit, but it's the way that she was trying to uplift. Like, if I'm a woman, why aren't I being treated as one? What does woman really mean, bitch? And again, it's the way that woman really meant white, bitch. It's the way woman meant white. It's the way women still really be meaning white, and people really do hear that and see that. But again, it's the ways that like there are ways that we hear a word and we conjure things up in our mind. When I hear woman, I literally immediately think of like bustles and like 1920, 1800. Like I literally don't even think in this age when I hear woman, bitch. So what does that mean, right? Like when we hear certain words, like what's conjuring in our minds, it makes me think of like how femininity is again, it sounds pink. It sounds like icing and glitter to me. Like again, it's the ways that like, did I come up with that? No. But it's the way that that's what I think because of what I saw, because of what they connected with it. Um oh, I saw the TV Glow. I haven't seen it, but it's definitely on my watch list. There's some stuff that I haven't watched because again, this is gonna sound how it sounds, but I feel like some shit got to be watched in Community, and so that is one thing that I did not want to watch without folk because I knew I would figure out a way in the future for us to watch the shit together because it seemed really dope from the breakdowns. But I'm one of those girls like I'll watch a whole breakdown about your movie, sweetie. I still don't even know what the fuck it's about, and I still want to watch it. But with that being said, I saw the TV Glow. Sounds amazing. Sounds really important. I really do wish, in some ways, that I'm not gonna do too much, but I feel like that movie, I feel like Moonlight and they're Pariah, sweetie. I'm putting on all the gay black movies. Like honestly, like I really want folks to really get into like just how much has already been out here. There have been so many queer people, fucking Girlhood. Bitch, it's the way that in education, like sweetie. Bitch, Paris is burning. Like I want to watch it all, but I feel like I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know. I don't know, bitch. I don't know. I feel like I want to focus on like Black queer folks in this month because it's the way that I had a convo with someone who was like, I keep hearing that like she was telling me that she feels like there are um there are thinner Black women who are being really candid about fat phobia in this way that is very like apathetic. And again, it's the way that there are so many layers of intersectionality, but I want to just hold that there was a Black woman named Slim Kim, I want to say, who came out like again. I'm trying to like remember all this like internet stuff that was happening, that's been happening, and try to uplift it as well. I want to say her name was Slim Kim, and she was a Black woman who came up with a. I'm crying. Who came up with a Oh, she came up with a video topic where she talked about being skinny just feels good and that she prefers to be skinny and that she don't never want to be fat. And it was an interesting thing. It was an interesting thing to hear. Ryan, I appreciate you. And again, if you have any video suggestions, let me know. I'm hella grateful. But no, the trans allegory, and just the ways that I saw the TV glow. It's again, after watching the breakdowns, I was grateful that they were broken down for me because I was a little bit skeptical on watching it, but the breakdowns are what inspired me to want to watch it. So I feel like sometimes you may need to spoil a little bit of the shit to like get into it. And Queen, I appreciate you for saying that because I was never bringing this up to be like, I don't get it. Like, I don't understand what it's like to be a thin Black woman. I never will. But the more that I listen to Black women speak, all different sizes, even the smaller ones, I have heard a slimmer Black woman say that like it does allow them some mobility, some agency. And again, as someone who has been fat for my entire life, I'm a forever fat. I'm never gonna make it seem like I've never been jealous of someone skinny or I never thought, damn, I wish I was smaller. Like I will never play in your face. I've absolutely thought about being skinny, absolutely wanted to be thin at some point in life. And I can't even fucking front. Like there are moments where like I'll notice myself losing weight and think to myself, like, damn, like if I lost a little bit more here, like there's definitely moments where I see myself, especially with the food prices being what they are, where you're naturally losing weight because who can afford to eat all the food that they were eating before? And also some of the food tasting weird. So it's kind of taking a little bit of the joy out of food too. California, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want folks to know like my energy is very much like I'm not gonna perform like I care about what you said because I didn't. I didn't ask. I don't care. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. But people be really worried. People be really worried about me being a fat bitch. It's just so funny because it's like, sweetie, I don't eat none of your snacks. Your snacks are safe. I can't get you. I can't get them. I got my own snacks, bitch. You see me? I'm juice box rich. Leave me alone. How dare you? How dare you? But yeah, anyways, like I was saying, there are layers to this conversation, and you know what? I appreciate you for offering that I do crack. I thank you for that. Thank you so much. Sensational. I love a juice box. And see, with that being said, anime, I love that you said that because, again, like from what I keep hearing, people are very much aware of, just how their privileges, or maybe not their privileges, but are aware that they're able to do certain things. again, I don't want to make it seem like it's my place to be telling anybody who is black what to do. I'm just trying to offer that, like, hearing someone say that they've noticed folks within group be a little colder, not as understanding. It does make me sit with the reality that as much as I see, like, and I feel like that's another layer to this, is like I'll see like some folks invoking like the 92% of black women that voted Kamala. And I think about how there are mixed people in there, white passing people in that 92%. Like that 92% isn't just like one type of person, right? And just like again, the ways that like people want community very badly, clearly. But the ways that like certain things really do divide. And so someone being fat while also being black, people will really act as if, and like you've seen it in here, people act as if like I'm this fat because of my eating habits. And really, at this point, if I'm being super candid, I want to just hold that some of us are fat. Some of us are going to be fat forever, bitch. Some of us were born and we were fat. Some of us ate some good ass food and got fatter. Some of us were always going to be bigger people. And just the same as there are people that are of smaller size, people that are, again, all different types of shorter. There's going to be people that are all different types of bigger. There's going to be people that are all different types of thin, all different types of muscular. There's going to be all different types of bodies. And so, one thing I do want to also hold is that there have been fat people who have gone out their way to lose weight and have found that like they've actually just they digressed in health, or digressed, or regressed, or basically their health got fucked up after they focused on a weight loss journey. And I think about the ways that what's that fucking movie? Damn, Requiem for a Dream, and the mom and how she got fucked up on those weight loss pills, but the pills was just like crack, and like so her hair started falling out, she started losing nutrients in her body, and I think about how that was almost me. I didn't know what the fuck a weight loss pill was gonna really do. I didn't care. Like I bought them shits from fucking the mall at like one of those like stores, like one of those like the GNC, bitch. Like I dead ass, like as a teenager, as a minor, went into a fucking into a herbal supplement shop, and they sold me weight loss pills that I found out later were really bad. And again, it's the way that like I didn't care. It's the way that like at one point I was just like again, I'll never forget telling my friends, look at me. And I didn't even explain myself. I wanted them to look at me for the last time as a fat bitch. It's so sick to think about, but I just made them all like take me in. And I just knew like the next time you see me, I'm gonna be skinny. And again, it's the way that like I had finally, like, here's the thing that's hilarious to me. I had finally gotten a personal fucking computer. And I'm like 17 years old. And I just happened to Google, I went on YouTube and was like watching videos of people talk about how bad these pills were. And somebody opened the pill up, put it in water, and this really gross, like yellow shit started to like bubble up and get really big and expansive. And it started to like bubble over the cup. And I'm like, yo, this weird goo shit was about to like activate in my stomach and make me feel hungry. And who knows, probably gonna have diarrhea, probably gonna be fucking feeling sick, dehydrated, and I definitely wasn't drinking enough water at that point in my life. And so again, it's like it's the ways that I almost probably ruined my kidneys, almost definitely ruined my stomach, probably ruined my butthole. Like it's all these things that could have happened. I'm terrified to go and Google what happened to the people that took that motherfucking trim spa. And it was like it was being promoted by The Biggest Loser because I was watching that as well. And again, it's the ways that like a lot of the things I was consuming was about like getting strong, getting fit. It's fucking it's '07, bitch, about to be '08. Yeah, because it was the summer. It was the summer, and everybody wanted to vote for Obama. The way you thought you would be famous when you lost weight, bitch. That's tragic. And again, it's the way that like thinking that like thinness is what's holding you back. And it's so cruel because again, there are so many fat people that have something to offer, but do you believe it? And again, it's the other reason why I turn on my camera, because like yeah, I could easily think like my life is fucked up and like I'm poor and I'm going through all these things, so I should just like not exist. I should just go live in a cave. And again, there are people right now living in caves, but you still came to life, bitch. Hi, I'm glad you didn't stop hanging out with people digitally in some fucking way or shape or form, bitch. It's fucking depressing out here. I appreciate you for even making it out the cave a little bit. But I say all that to say, like, there are a lot of us who are really, like, things are not seeming really fucking on the up and up. And then on top of it, things are already fucked up. So I just want to hold that, like, there's a lot of things going on and we can't be boiling ourselves down to one thing, bitch. We have been victimized. We've been hurt. We've been harmed. Some folks actually more than others. And I'm not saying don't think about that ever. I would never. I just want us to also make an intentional effort to consider all the fucking beautiful things that are also happening. Not saying you're gonna always focus on that. That's okay. That'd be cool to be asking you to escape all the time. But again, it's the way that I don't think it's escaping to acknowledge, like, bitch, I got hamburgers that I got to make today. Bitch, you know how fucking exciting it is to afford meat, bitch? I'm being so fucking for real. It's the way I had a vegan breakfast and I didn't appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Like, there's been stuff that I've eaten. Like, bitch, I've been eating on some Great Depression shit. I've been boiling shit just to see what happens. Like dead ass. I seen a bitch do an onion boil last night in a fucking tinfoil bag. I was like, you know what? I might appreciate an onion boiled in a bag. Like, I'm literally like, that might be filling. Sweetie, if I ever eat a whole onion by itself with some seasoning and butter, please, like, just know shit is real, real. Like, shit is really real. It's the realest it's ever been. And again, I'm not trying to play with people, but sweetie, it's the way I have just tried to figure out how to maintain these calories, maintain these backs, and still get enough nutrients. And it's just like the data, like, sweetie, it's the way I'll be eating a BLT as a motherfucking as an intermittent snack between whatever the fuck I figured out how to make. Like, it's the way I tried to make a potato soup. And I don't know what it was in the end. I really don't know what it was in the end, bitch. It was just a bunch of shit with potatoes in it. And again, it's the way that I'm trying. I'm trying anything, sweetie. I'm trying any fucking thing. I'm freezing celery and boiling it at some point, adding it to a stock. Like, that was a smart thing to have done. But again, it's the way my last stock had lemons in it, because I'm just like, what would that be like? It turned out kind of weird a little bit, but I used it in a Mediterranean dish, so I feel like the lemon actually wasn't crazy. But again, it's the way that I'm like, what culture makes some good food that's cheap? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I'm watching these YouTube videos. I'm like, how did y'all get the back of a cow? How did y'all get the back of a pig? Y'all have a pig's back on this grill. Where did y'all find that? I appreciate, but again, it's the way that I'm just like, and again, I've never been a person that has money. So the people that do have money or had some money, I'm sure there's a couple more ramen noodles or a couple more Annie's macaroni and cheese nights. Again, it's the way that trying to save things to make things work. Well, queen. It's the way I understand why people would have things in the freezer like for like stock the fuck up. Because it's the way I really don't have things in the freezer. At this point, what I realize is that if I freeze like spinach and arugula, like the spring mix, I get more mileage out of it that way. Because I might be able to make a couple, like, I'll keep it in the fridge for like 2-3 days, but then it's going in the freezer because I could throw that shit in a scramble. I could throw that shit in a soup. Like, it's the way you could really just, once it's frozen, some spring mix, crunch it in your hand and throw that shit in an omelet. Perfect. You got greens, they not rotten, and shit, they gonna add some juiciness to the egg so you can't dry them all the way out. Um, word. See, and like right now, I can't even talk too much because like Dame literally just went grocery shopping, and I love when they go grocery shopping because it's just something like it feels like I'm like living with my mom, like low key. It feels like I'm living with an elder Cause he really be like, oh, the such and such is on sale. I was like, was it? I swear, like he really be so excited to hit a sale at the grocery store. It warms my fucking heart, bitch. Cause I've dated some men and sweetie, it's the way that if you don't go with them to the store, nobody's eating tonight, sweetie. Cause for some reason he just bought a bunch of cases of a drink that he like, some chips, some ice cream. Like motherfuckers be acting like they living on Wall Street, like just got a Ben and Jerry's, some chips, and a case of La Croix. I'm like, sir, what are we going to eat? Like, it's the way I gotta go to the grocery store and walk up through every aisle and be like, what about this? What about this? It's like, sweetie, I didn't realize how much I fucking hated that part of being a girlfriend. That's one part I really don't like is when you gotta be mama and go to the grocery store and figure out what kind of meal we're eating. No, thank you. Again, like I'm with someone that knows what they like to eat. We talk, we figure out what we want to eat. Like we don't even figure out what we want to eat for the week, bitch. Like we're very much day-to-day people. Like it's very much like, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? And we figure it out from there. Like some days it's very much basic. I want to say today, it was very much every man for himself today. Like I literally woke up and was like, cut me an apple because I need that. And so he cut me an apple, made himself some cereal, and then I ate some motherfucking chips and dips. Nobody's going to cook, bitch. Nobody cooks today. And I got some motherfucking pork on the damn counter, came out the fridge from the Mexican spot. I'm planning on the heartburn that I'm going to have later, and I'm so excited for it. But yeah, no, nobody's cooking. The house is going to be remaining the same temperature, and I'm very grateful for that. No one's gonna be sweating over a plate. No one's gonna be sweating over a pot. No one's boiling anything. No one needs to clean the strainer. What a beautiful day, bitch. It feels so good. And it's Friday too, bitch. Oh my God, and nobody's cooking. Love it. And tomorrow we're going out to we're going to a hot dog stand. Sidebar, bitch, as a youth, I used to think hot dogs were whack. Like, I don't know what was going on with me. I don't know what was going on with me. But I used to really think like I'll never eat a hot dog. And here's the thing. My mom would cut a hot dog in half and fry it hard. Don't get me wrong, I've had hot dogs before, but I'm talking about like going out and being like, let me get a Frankenfurter. Like that was never me, bitch. And there's no shade to anybody who like a hot dog. I'm here now. But at the time, I used to be like, I'm not going to the honker burger, bitch. I'm not going to get a motherfucking hot dog. Like, I'm not. But now I'm like a chili cheese dog. And again, I don't know if it was like internalized fat phobia, because there's just some shit that I feel like when I was a fatter, like more timid bitch, I was like, I can't be eating this sloppy ass meal, bitch. I can't be eating no sloppy meal, bitch. Like a nachos Bel Grande, I would have to get a fork, bitch, because I'm like, nah, I can't be covered in cheeses. Like now, I'm like, bitch, why are they watching me? Why are they watching me like that? Like now that's where I'm at. Now I'm like, the fuck? Like, get off me. Rachel, it's been forever. Hey. You said boil them beef dogs. You gotta eat dainty. I'm crying. Fuck that. Well, like I'm literally unhinging my jaw for a hot dog these days. I can't wait to get a chili cheese dog tomorrow. Like that is what I can't wait for. But yeah, no, I hope you're doing well, Rachel. Truly, it's been a minute. I love the picture too. But yeah, you said a smoked Gouda grilled cheese. Well, Queen, you know how to live. Not today. Not today, Phil. But you know what? I can tell that you came in here to be a little razzle, so I'm gonna just put you on watch only. We're gonna put you on a little timeout. Cause again, I could tell you wanted to give a little razzle, and I'm not here. You spent too much on a hot dog from Five Guys, bitch. I'm screaming. No, because Five Guys will really make you mad, bitch. Like the hamburgers from there, I be craving them. But I feel like the last time I went to Five Guys, that was the last straw. Because they used to fill the bag with fries. Didn't they? They used to stuff the bag with fries. Now, I was like, girl, why is my hamburger bald? That is crazy with the bald Five Guys here. I didn't like that. And then when I bit into the sandwich, there was just something about it that tasted off. I can't call it. It just tasted like the burger had sat. It felt like the burger had been made and they just busted it open to put on the shit I asked to put on it. And that's another reason why I was like upset too, because I was like, why is it so sloppy? Like, and I could tell it has sat, because you know when a hamburger sits for a long time and it's wrapped up, the fucking bread start disintegrating and shit. It's like, sweetie, this burger has been here before. Like, I should not be experiencing this. And again, it be making me feel so dystopian because I be yelling and shit like, bitch, why was I yelling at the Taco Bell people? Like, why my Baja Blast is light skinned? And they were like, what are you talking? And I'm like, there's no syrup in here. Like, what's going on? And they were very upset with me. They were not laughing. They were like, the machine's broke. I was like, the Baja Blast machine is broke? Again, I just feel like there's just something about being alive and talking to people from fast food places. It sucks. Cause again, I know they don't give a fuck. I know they don't care. I hear that. I hear that. Yeah, but because of that, I got me that $10 hamburger pack. I'm about to season that shit up. Oh my god, bitch. It's the way I can't wait to make this shit. But low key, bitch, I might actually, cause you know what? And here's the other thing, like Dane, he's smart as fuck. His mind, he's like, I'm gonna just buy the patties that's already formed. My broke ass, bitch, I'm never buying preformed patties. I'm buying the big brick of fucking a fucking hamburger. I'm cutting it in half, freezing half the shit. Then I'm cutting that shit in half, making two burgers, maybe four. And then again, at a later date, I might make a meatloaf, bitch. And low key, bitch, I love meatloaf. Like, I don't know about you. I don't know about you, bitch, but a meatloaf, bitch, homemade. I don't fuck with everybody meatloaf out there, but homemade, sweetie, yes. Especially if you got some good bread at the house, bitch. Honestly, let that bread just sit on the counter and dry out. You could just crunch it right there. Oh my fucking god, bitch! I made the best meatloaf the other day. Fuck. Mm. Some barbecue sauce, bitch, honey mustard too. Fuck. It was giving. Honestly, my cooking show would be fucking hilarious, bitch, because you be seeing me doing all types of crazy ass shit for no fucking reason. Just all types of wild shit. Just heat up a pan real hot, throw some shit up in there, and then just like literally the way I make pancakes, I'll literally have mad butter, put the shit down, and then right when it's about to like bubble, I'll add a little bit of water to the pan and put the pan down because the water will steam it and it'll puff. I'm telling you, you don't need a lot. Like, just take a tablespoon and a little bit of water when it's at its hottest and on the side. I'm telling you, bitch, if your pancakes be coming across flat, try steaming them a little bit, just a little steam. Ooh, the stuffed bag of fries, right? The fries made it seem economical. Like, the burger was actually always too expensive, but the fries made it seem like you're giving me something extra. And maybe that was the marketing technique, but at this point, bitch, it's like it actually hurts me that I don't have French fries all the time. Like, I really want to get a mandolin bad as fuck so I can make French fries whenever I fucking want. Because I've never been a home frying person, but I'm trying to get into my frying bag recently. And so just you wait. I might get another bag. Cause it's the way that I've been just craving a fried fucking potato. And I keep on roasting potatoes. I keep on fucking roasting them. And roasting is fine. But I want to fucking fry. Oh my goodness. Yes, I am fat. I hope you're having a good day though. Truly. Truly hope your day is well. Don't spend all your time talking to fat people. Cause then we gonna think you like us. Um, Preformed patties. Yeah. You know what? A frozen fry, you can. But the preformed patty, it's like, how is all the like? I need first of all, I'm putting garlic paste inside that meat. I'm putting maybe a sprinkle of curry powder, just cause I can. A little bit of Old Bay. Trying to think. Mm, Definitely cracked black pepper. Probably some sazon. I feel like that's probably it though. I feel like that's it. Yo, sidebar, bitch. This video, I keep trying to find it. If anybody finds it, just know I weep. There was a woman who dead ass. I think of her every day. And again, I don't know what you do with that. There's got to be a new word created for whenever you think about a TikToker for no reason, like every day. But I'll never forget this TikTok because again, as a fat bitch, some words are not, some feelings are not described. Some feelings have never been described. And so she really said, Don't season my motherfucking eggs like no motherfucking pork chop. And I literally, I never felt anything harder in my life. Cause some people do a lot to an egg and it's like, it's an egg. Why are you seasoning the egg like a pork chop? Why? Again, everyone's not going to ask that question and everyone's not going to set that boundary. But finding that woman online changed my life. Changed my life. Because again, I've met people trying to put all types of stuff. I feel like the most I'll put on the egg for real is some cheese and some green onion. That's the craziest I get. But some people be putting paprika on egg. If it's not deviled, what's wrong with you? Like, if the egg is not Diablo, why are you doing that? Oh my God. I'm talking shit. I know somebody annoyed. Somebody over there putting dill on their egg. Like, shut up, bitch. I know somebody putting a fucking rosemary sprig in their shit. I'm sorry, bitch. I'm so sorry. You know, I'm probably talking too much shit because I do like egg foo young. But I'm saying, like, if you make me an egg for breakfast, like, you do not have to put no ginger on it. Like, it's never been that deep to me. I've never needed that. Yeah, you don't have to smoke the egg. You don't have to, no celery salt. No need. But yeah, no, I feel like as far as like French fries go, I really do want a fucking French fry bad as hell right now. Like I've been craving French fries for a minute, but you know what, bitch? I'm gonna get them tomorrow, bitch. Just know that. Just know I'm getting some French fries tomorrow. Okay, there are a few more things, not much more. A few more things I want to talk about. I've been here for like 2 hours now at this point. Like, yeah, 2 hours and like 10 minutes. So I feel like I'm probably gonna go soon. But before I do, I feel like another thing I wanted to uplift. Ooh, these bones. Ooh, bitch. Winter, and you know, just being sedentary. But yeah, like I was saying, ooh, Salisbury steak, cranberry vodka. You know what? Thank you for saying that, because I feel like as a kid, I wasn't really sure what I was eating with the Salisbury steak. I wasn't really sure why it was so silky, but you got me wanting to look. Because again, he got that $10 pack of fucking of hamburgers, and that shit is big as fuck. I'm like, good God. Good God. It's been a minute since I've had some motherfucking good ass food. So, or not good ass food, but like fucking it's been a minute since I've had a hamburger in the house, to be real with you. I feel like if we're gonna have meat in the house, it's typically like bacon, chicken, pork, some kind of pork, some kind of chicken, some kind of turkey. But we typically a pork family. We don't really fuck with a lot of cow, but I'm thinking about making a steak at some point, bitch, like low key. I absolutely saw this video where someone did like a steak from the 1990s, and they were using like balsamic glaze on it, and I was like, damn, bitch, I bet that shit's good as fuck. Anyways, this is unrelated to everything, bitch. Unrelated to fucking everything. Also, I'm seeing a lot of people add me on the Discord. Just please know, like, once you add me, I'm gonna just add you to the group. That was my thought process. So that's why it's going like that. A little salt and pepper. You know what? That Badia complete. Wait, but that Badia fucking Tropical? I don't know if anybody knows about the Badia Tropical, but that shit was nice as fuck on some fish. Low key, bitch, I've been craving fish so fucking bad too. Bitch. I don't know if anybody's stolen meat yet. I haven't. I have not stolen no meat yet, bitch. I'm kind of scared. I'm trying to wait till I go to the grocery store for like a big one, just so when I steal the meat, like, it's worth it. You know what I mean? Oh no. Yeah, I slightly want to talk about Kanye, but I thought better of it. I thought about it, but I just feel like I don't care. The storyline doesn't. I don't even know what it is anymore. Yeah, I don't care. For some reason, Keeping Up with the Kardashians came on the other day because I have a Roku TV, so I'd be playing like all the old hits from the early 2000s. And so I watch a lot of old reality TV at this point, which is at times really hilarious. But man, it's the way that I used to really love the Kardashian show. Cause girl, like it was just so insane. It was so insane. Like the stuff that they would share, I couldn't believe it. It's orange. She got banned from stealing steaks from Costco. Damn. I feel like stealing from Costco, like that is so like she's low key like amazing because like I've just never been more scared to steal. Like I steal from every grocery store. Like I literally like whenever I go to the grocery store, my first thing that I do is I immediately go to the drink section where they have cold drinks and I get myself a delicious drink to drink while I'm in the store. I typically choose something that I've never tried before because again, bitch, I'm stealing. Well, let's make it count. Let's make a new memory. So I steal a drink immediately. I usually go over to the soup station to see if they have any soup. But if they don't, I just leave. But if they do have my soup, I might even just fucking eat a soup while I'm in the grocery store. I don't even give a fuck at this point because it's like, what are they about to do? Tell me I didn't pay for it? Then I'll pay for it. But until I leave, girl, what did I do wrong? No shade. So that's really my thought process is like I be eating shit inside of there and then before I leave I throw away the trash. So and I feel like for the most part nobody cares. But I also want to be super candid that when I go to the grocery store typically I either look like Wanda from Holiday Heart or Joe Scott. So I feel like it really depends on what I'm giving, but I feel like either way, to be real with you, I feel like they're kind of scared of me. Because I look big. You know what I mean? Like they're like, no, like I know I look big here, but in real life, sweetie, like in real life, like remember in Goofy movie when Pete came with his RV? That's me, bitch. Like on some Goofy movie shit. Like I'm the RV from the Goofy movie, and bitches be like, that must have been her soup from home. You know, like they're girl. Cause I feel like I have two moves. I already told Dane. I was like, if they catch me stealing, I got two things I'm gonna do. I'm either gonna start crying and acting crazy, like I'm either gonna go nuts, or I'm going to just like run, bitch, because I know they're not expecting that move. That is why, again, bitch, I stay a little bit active. Because if I have to run, seeing a bitch that's over 300 pounds run, like that's again scary. Because they're like, where is she running to? When's she gonna stop? Where is she gonna stop? Is she gonna, use all that power and turn and sidewinder, and now it's coming at you, 18 wheeler? Who knows? Again, I want people to be afraid, but I really do want to get away. So I feel like it's one of those, it's a balancing act, between looking like Miss Puff and then having to react, you know, like a Mr. Krabs. You're going to have to, because think about it. Eugene has had to shake and bake before. Eugene has had to get up out of there every now and then. I know I look like Miss Puff, but if I have to Mr. Krabs, I will. Um, mm, Here's my thing. If you steal in the store, I just feel like there's more control because it's like, did I leave? The product is still here, Your Honor. It's in my belly. Again, I'm going for unhinged and scary if anything should go left. So that's really my defense. As I'll be like, Your Honor, I was eating this soup because I was famished. I knew that the price was on the container. I had every intention to scan it, but I was a little bit distracted. I'd love to pay my fine. That's my energy, bitch. That's my little script in my head. But so far I've had to use it. So far no one's caught me. So far I've been okay. And I'm so fucking grateful because low key, bitch, getting that free drink sometimes things, but just the little things. It's the little things. Bitch, I just literally thought of something that happened that really like warmed my heart. Like there was a song playing on the radio and I was in an Uber and we had literally got to my house And I had asked him to turn it up like right before we got to my house. Like we were on my street and I was like, can you turn it up? And so he turned it up, but then bitch, why he like, ended the trip and then he just drove me around the block while he kept the song playing. And I literally just started crying, bitch. Cause I'm like, it's moments like this, like that just remind me like, we're not just all experiencing pain. I'm not saying we're not experiencing collective pain, bitch. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there are little moments that happen that remind you, like, some people really don't want to, like, harm you. They want to just give you a little extra moment to enjoy this little thing. And again, I didn't talk to this man the whole ride. Like, I said hello, hi, you know what I mean? I was polite, but it wasn't until that song came on, bitch. And I was just like, can you please turn it up? And he was just like, I got you. And I think he saw how much I was enjoying it that he just, and I didn't even know he canceled or ended the trip. I thought that, I don't know what I thought. I was just listening to the music. I was lost in the song. But then I noticed like he was driving us in a circle and I was like, wow, like he really just wanted me to like enjoy myself. Again, it's just moments like that where life just be giving you a little bit of something, a little bit of something. And this means nothing, honestly, in the grand scheme, right? Like in the grand scheme, there's so many fucked up things happening. But I feel like on the day-to-day layer, like there's gonna be moments where we're like, actually, I could make it so you don't have to suffer. What up, Ren? Y'all, Ren started their YouTube journey. I'm so excited to see where their channel goes and where they go. Cause Ren be making motherfucking movie on this. Ren be out here. I hope you're doing well today, Buki. Here's the thing. I can understand not stealing in the store. I can understand it being scary. I do that. I do get that. But my thought process is I feel like I try not to steal like too regularly, like from certain places. Like the other day I stole like a piece of gum from the Mexican spot and I felt slightly bad, but then I was just like, honestly, I was like, it was one little piece of gum, and it's not like I don't be, you know what I mean? It's not like I don't be, but at the same time, it didn't feel good. Like when I steal from Kroger, like I felt slightly bad about stealing that gum. But here's the thing: I ate it in the store, and it was nasty, and so there's a part of me that's like, well, I'll never do that again. But moving forward, I've just decided like I'm not gonna do all that because again, they be having the eats and the groceries. It's just like not too many places are giving you like some good ass delicious food, tamales. Like they're making fresh guacamole, bitch. Like I don't want to get put out. I really don't. I don't want to risk that one. So I'm never doing that shit again. But sometimes, like you just want to see, like, are y'all gonna be mad if I eat this? If I drink this soda in the store, they don't be mad sometimes. So again, I'm not saying everybody do it. I'm definitely not saying everybody do it. If you're scared, don't do it. If you're scared, don't do it. We're not gonna all steal. Like, just keep that in mind. We're not gonna all steal from the store. Like, just keep that in mind. Like, no, you're not a bad person. You're not whack. Like, you're just scared, bitch, and that's valid as hell. Again, like, it's just the way that like poverty be making you think that you have more fearlessness. No, it's not that. It's more that like there are some of us who are like, it's worth it. And again, to get to that point, I do think we have to just acknowledge that like poverty affects all of us differently. Like some people go through trauma and they're stronger. Some people go through trauma and they are not necessarily stronger in the sense that you can see their strength, but the way that they are still healing from that experience has not allowed them to see like perhaps all the gifts that came from that experience. Like because I've been so poor, it's not a lot of scams that's gonna get me. You know what I mean? If they want some money, well, baby, I'm already looking at it kind of different. It's some things that are not going to happen to me because I've experienced poverty. Again, I'm not saying everything, but I'm saying some things just won't happen to me because, again, I've already experienced poverty in a certain way, so I can move differently. No, we just got here. We just got here. But I was uplifting that if you add me on Discord, I'll add you into the group, and the group is just called People Online Who Want to Talk. It's just a space to perhaps be social, maybe watch some stuff. We're hoping to do a movie night, or I said I want to do a movie night. I don't know if people want to do a movie night on Sunday. If on Sunday people want to do like want to watch a series, maybe commit to like 2-3 episodes of a series. I'm into that, but I'm trying to offer like maybe 2 hours of like hangout time for all of us. Again, once the Discord exists, people will be able to make up their own desires. Like maybe somebody in the group is like, I want to do a movie night and I want to have a discussion after. That's possible. Like if you want to do a class on how you create some art that you really love, please do that. I'm trying to think about it like the way that the video I made the other day that said, I'll explain later. There's this place called Neighborhood Art School, and it's basically a space that people have rented so that they can do like community care activities. And so I've been wanting to watch Insecure. I actually never watched it. So with that being said, really like chill people Discord, like low key, like I feel like the desire is just to get people that are wanting to be communicative online. And I don't want to assume that we're all gonna have the same politics. But I do want to hold that like if we don't, that don't mean we gotta fight. That means that maybe we can listen more to each other. So I'm hoping that that can be how we deal with conflict is by asking more questions, and offering that, if anybody needs to take a break from this conversation or conflict, we can. If not, that's real. Like some people really don't want to stop. Like some people are very upset in the moment and they want to keep on going. And again, I don't want to shame people for responding, but I'm hoping that we can consider like how we want to show up in certain conflict, and also what is conflict, how what are some conflicts that we could have, like that's something I'm thinking of. Ryan on the list. Thank you so much for even making a list. I appreciate you. With that being said, there's many layers to like what I see for the future. But in my dreams, there's somebody on there maybe doing a poetry course and maybe getting paid for it through donation. Who knows? Like maybe you have some expertise that you could share with us. Maybe you could run a class. I don't know. But my thought process is maybe this is just a place to plan shit. Maybe this isn't the Discord where all the classes are held. Maybe this isn't the Discord where like you are able to, create that more entrepreneurial thing. That's fine. But my thought process is there are a lot of people that want to talk right now. There are a lot of people doing a lot of different things. And I don't know. I know people who are sex workers. I know people who are artists. I know people who are everything in between, being whores and being yearners. So, with that being said, I'm hoping that maybe we can find a way online to, again, experience things together, maybe have discussions that could, again, enrich our lives. But I also don't know how to do it. So, I'm really just trying to figure out who the fuck's trying to do this shit with me, because I want it to be a collective experience. But again, these are desires, these are not set in stone. You don't have to do anything. You could really just show up and hang out. But I would love it if we could, again, try and see what it looks like to have discussions about, things that maybe we want the space to offer us, things that could maybe happen IRL. Again, I want to be super. My live just cut, but I'm back. But yeah, I do want this space to also maybe have a room to strategize about the land offering. Like someone has offered me land and I'm trying to figure out how to make it real. And there are other people who have land situations that they're offering to Black women that I'm aware of, that I'm trying to uplift as well. And again, I'm not trying to make it seem like I know everything. I really don't. But I am trying to get more information. And so if there are people out there who are wanting to maybe talk more about what it looks like to build something together, that'd be cool. But I also want to be candid that in the beginning, I think, or we're still in the beginning where the plan to even go visit the space that was offered is still in the air. The trip to New Orleans still in the air. If people are wanting to visit New Orleans, that'd be cool. I feel like a road trip makes more sense than flying at this point. Some people may feel differently, but we'll give it time. But with that being said, there's definitely a planned road trip where I think we have 2 cars right now that are going for sure. But other than 2 cars, I'm really not sure like what else we're doing. But the goal is to hit New Orleans, after New York, and then North Carolina, and then maybe Atlanta. Maybe Atlanta. I could be high and be meaning that like after New Orleans, Atlanta, and then North Carolina, because I feel like I wasn't going far enough west. But yeah, with that being said, that's just like some random ass shit that doesn't exist yet all the way, but everybody involved want to go. Like everybody wants to go to the land. Everybody wants to go to Atlanta. Everybody wants to go to North Carolina. People want to do these things, so I feel like that's what it's gonna take right now for it to be more real, right? People have to want to do the thing, and then we have to start planning it. But I'm putting that out there just so that folks know that there is an idea for like some kind of impromptu. Again, we don't know what the land is going to become. I'm hoping that like it could be like in my dreams, like there's like a live broadcast situation where like people are able to see the land and like they're able to see what's going on, but there's a part of me that feels like it might need to be like a live stream that's like private. Like again, I don't ever want it to be a closed society in that like nobody knows what's happening. I'd love if there was like a newspaper, some way for people to detail what they're experiencing living there. Like I really want to consider that like everything that we're doing right now is inspired by indigenous people, and we're going to struggle. So I'm just trying to figure out like how we can struggle in a way that allows us to be perceived, so that like who knows what other people will see that we can't, because we're so caught up into it. I'm just kind of worried about that aspect of like getting so sucked into the land project that like I don't know how to like be any other way, that like I become like wild again, and that like it's gonna be hard to be unwilded. So I think that's like truly my biggest fear, is like how much I feel like I really need this, like how much my body really needs this, and like how terrifying it is to think about it. Ryan, it does sound like fun, but it's a lot of planning. So I just want to put it out there that if anybody wants to drive mad far this spring, let me know. Let me know, because like I'm not driving shit, bitch. I don't drive, but I do keep great company, bitch. I have really great hours of sleep. For the night crew, whoever's night driving, I have no problem unwrapping your hamburgers. I'm really good at that. Super good at ordering food. Super good at like making sure that you can balance between the drink and the bite. Honestly, I'm so great at that. Such a great second in command, and I put that on everything. So who knows? Who really knows? But might even end up going all the way west. Who knows? I have a feeling. I just have a feeling it might just be like a little tour, maybe this spring. I'm kind of excited about it because, again, like you see what the fuck's going on. You see the historic times that we're living through again and again and again. So yeah, thinking about a road trip with a lot of cool, fun people. Yeah, that's what I want to focus on the most. But yeah, like I said, I didn't want to come here for super, super, super long because I do have a lot of things to do today. But I did want to stop by, and I did want to say that there's a lot happening out here in the world, and I really hope y'all are staying safe as well. The energy vampirism is on 1,000. It is so hard to stay away from certain news outlets. I'm just so sucked in right now, and it feels like I'm oscillating between watching terrible things happening and trying to laugh and trying to eat a good snack and trying to stay high. I haven't masturbated in 2 days. That feels insane. But again, it just speaks to the dysregularity. You feel me? It just speaks to how off my ass is. I really just am not good. I'm just really not good, bitch. And again, who is? So it just feels hilarious. Like, yeah, it's like, it's the way that we're not supposed to talk right now. It's the way we're not supposed to be speaking. Like, it's the way it feels like we're not even supposed to be, like, really saying any of this. It feels very much like we're supposed to be masking through this time, and it's just like, no. No. No, 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 no. Because, again, it's like, there's no way you can read books like Anne Frank Diary, bitch. There's no way you can, like, see movies about motherfucking the Holocaust, bitch. Like there's no ways that you can be again watching motherfucking chattel slavery unfold. There's no way that you can see this world like and really just and think that this is the time to be like No. In fact, I really think that this is supposed to be the most unhinged mental time of our life, bitch. Mm-mm-mm. And we gotta get mad in a way that like I don't know that we've ever allowed ourselves to be. And again, it's a sobering reality that like what it looks like I know there's people protesting. It's gonna take more of that, but more than that too. And it's the way we're being dared to fucking react, bitch. It's the way we're being dared to react that's also fucking with me. Because it's the way that I want to do more, but it's also the ways that I'm not a fool. So I think that's another way to like bring it all back home. That like when you're in your 30s, you know you could die. And I think that that's the thing about it. Is like in my 20s, I never thought I could die. In my 20s, I like there's just a way that like when you're younger, you just can't fathom like the end. You just can't. And like the ways that like it that man didn't have to try to kill me to already let me know like I could die. That was a moment for sure, but that's not what I needed. Not saying anyone needs that. I'm just saying like I didn't need that, but also like I already fucking knew. Like it's dangerous out here. It's precarious. It's but again, it's the way I've seen people think that you can just buy something and you're gonna be okay. You just read this book. And it's like, no, we're actually gonna have fucking spirals. We're gonna have to melt down. We're gonna have to fucking, on some Welsh woman shit, like pull out our titties and scream obscenities into the sky. There's things that are gonna have to happen here that again are unprecedented. And again, that at the end of history, the way that like things are moving so quickly, it's like who could write a book about this time? Again, that's why it's so imperative for us to behave re- really, like not programmed behave, like cry, lay, be sick, scream. The journal pages might need to be burned a bit, like there may actually need to be more than just words on the page. Like again, like it's the way that like this is not a time to like try to seem like you're okay. I know that you're not. And I think that performing like everything's okay or trying to regulate through this, it feels cruel to me. So I don't think I would ever advocate for that. I think this might be a time where you stay up a weird amount of hours. Maybe you buy something really goofy, but it made you fucking happy. Maybe you're only eating cereal right now. Maybe you're only fucking drinking tea right now. Maybe you're only fucking drinking whiskey right now. I get it. Like, I really don't want anyone to feel like what you're doing. Like, bitch, this is how distressed I am. I have a pre-made mix of things to smoke just sitting on a table. I literally have a pile of weed just in a corner so I could just roll something and not have to worry too much. I am trying to take care of myself, but I know I'm not. And again, it's the way that I know I'm not. And it's the way that I still gotta go do some work tonight. And I know that there are a lot of things like not going the best way. I know that. But I don't want to say my best. I can't imagine that I'm able to access that. But not am I still in a relationship. I'm being loved. I'm being loved. And I feel like, again, it's not the kind of love that binds. So I'm being cared for, but my partner is also like, have fun. Like, if you meet someone that treats you good, I hope they're cool. I hope we can hang out. But if not, that's fine. Like, he's just not a jealous person. And me neither. Like, I'm gonna be real though. Like, if he found someone else, like, or that he found another partner, I probably would have some jealousy. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. Just because he treats me so good, that I'd be like, dang, not somebody else getting treated good too. I know that's toxic. I know I'm toxic for that, but still, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I just feel like he treats me so good that I'm just like, and that's low key why I'm not even dating anybody else because I'm just like I'll swipe on people, I'll talk to people, but they're not fucking with him. Like they're not fucking with Dane. They're just not like. one of the just most, yeah. And again, it's not that he's perfect. We've had a lot of conflict. I wanted to fight. He's wanted to fight, I'm sure. But we've always kept it fucking respectful. And I feel like that right there is really sexy. And also, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the way that he's operated ever since I lost my job. Like he's not been like, get money, bitch. Like he's not been on that. Like he's just been like, we'll make it. We'll figure it out. Like that's his energy. It's very much like he's such a Libra because he's like, we will do this together. Like we, it's no I, it's no you, it's us. And I appreciate that. And also, he's just such a fucking hard worker and he takes care of people he loves. And I've seen it. And I've seen him walk away from people that disrespected him. And so I know that he has standards and boundaries and he doesn't let people waste his time. And I feel like that's another reason why I respect him. Is because, again, he also snores, and so do I. And I usually date people that don't snore, and they usually hate me by the end of our relationship. And I feel like there's something about our snoring. We got to snore in common. Like somehow I'd be like, when he'd be like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's just, it works. But with that being said, like, I think this is one of the most mature relationships I've ever been in because he has barely any motherfucking time. Honestly, like I really feel like that's a secret ingredient. Like he don't got no time to fight with me, bitch. He fighting capitalism, bitch. Capitalism's on his ass. Like whenever we're together, he's like, "This is a precious moment." You feel me? We don't got no time to be fighting, bitch. You get home at 8 a.m. and you need to go to sleep by 1 p.m., sweetie. That's 5 hours of a man dealing with me. I love it. Who knew, bitch? Who knew? Again. He is busy. He got shit going on. When we link, when we're together, we have great conversations. We do. But we also watch things, listen to music, eat snacks. There's just not enough time to be beefing. You feel me? There's not enough time to be beefing. And shit, if there is a beef, we figure it out before 1 p.m. Because motherfuckers got to go to take a nap. And again, if we don't figure it out by 1 p.m., well, we don't really like that, do we? Because motherfuckers wake up, I be asleep. Motherfuckers wake up, I be gone. But with that being said, it's like if we have issues, like we beef out for like however much time it takes. But at the same time, I feel like I've already figured out like I have anxious attachment, he's avoidant, so it makes things a little bit easier at this point. Because I already know if I want to fight about something, I know how to bring it to him. If I want to have a healthy conversation with him, I know how to bring it to him. And at sometimes I have to hold like I wanted to fight. I did not want to be understood. I did not want to have conflict with you that was solvable. And again, I have to hold that for myself that like when we have disagreements or issues or whatever, it's on both of us to show up a certain way. And if I can acknowledge that I don't be showing up the best, I'm sure he can do the same, and he has. And I feel like I think that's the glue, right? That we can both say sorry, and it's not like pulling teeth. We don't go to the point of like hurting each other to scar each other, but at the same time, I think we've both done things that hurt each other. So I'm fucking screaming. Listen. Having a beef with someone that only has like 5 to 6 hours of time with you sucks. Like I feel like that's the other thing. I actually like him as a person. Like if he was just like a dude that I didn't really care about, it would be different. But I genuinely care for him. So there are times where I'm just like, man, I could cuss him out right now, but if I wait till Saturday, he gonna probably rub my feet at the end of this shit. Like I just feel like it's allowing me to really pick and choose when I want to fight and about what. Because if I fight with you on a Saturday, we got the whole day to fight. I'm not saying I want to fight for the whole day, but if I fight with you on your day off, I already know that day is dead. That's tragic. So it's like I'm gonna bring up something maybe on a Friday so we can get to the, you know, again, it's strategic as fuck, but I think for the most part, our only issues, well, I don't say our only issues, but I feel like for the most part, I want to be heard in a conflict, and he would rather just say sorry and move on. Like, he would rather just know, like, hear he fucked up and say, I am so sorry, and then move on. Whereas there's times where, like, you really want to let someone know, but I feel like I have to remember, do I need a monologue for every fucking thing? No, I don't, but I like to a lot. I really love to just just do a speech on a bitch not for no reason, but sometimes I just really love to just get like a whole sonnet together for how I'm upset. And again, exactly. And he's not built for that. Like he cannot handle that. And again, I have to remember, like, he's still, again, I'll say this. In an argument or an issue, like, and I feel like that's something too, he's avoidant. So he don't really bring things up. Obviously he be thinking about things, he be hurt by stuff, but I feel like it's really on him to set the conversation, and it's on me, the anxious person, to end it. And again, I've been just trying to bring some therapy information into the relationship, but I'm also realizing that there are a lot of things that I wasn't considering before getting with this person. So I just want to be super candid that, like, it's not perfect, but it's definitely a lot better than a lot of relationships I was in where I was less emotionally available, less emotionally mature, and then also less vulnerable to at least acknowledge like how I'm bringing something, or how I'm a part of this. I'm an ingredient in the conflict. I'm not the entire thing. But just that ability to see, like, we're both bringing something together to have this reaction, like we're both equal parts of this, it really does help you like work through the shame. And I think that that's at times what we're dealing with, is like he feels incredible shame a lot. Like he's been through a lot of shit. Me too. But in the ways that I don't think like my family being fucked up to me has changed me fundamentally, and that I truly believe I'm in charge of my story, I don't think he's there yet. I think he still sees like the ways that his family has done him dirty and like has left him out here. And I think in our relationship, I think there's moments where he realizes like, you know, damn, I'm still hurting. Like I can laugh and I can say anything I want, but I'm still hurting. And like I think that there are times where in this relationship I'm reminded that like I can make it seem like everything that happened to me is fine and I'm good, but I don't get anything for that. Like I don't like there's no prize for performing like everything's cool. And so he reminds me in his own ways that like, the things that I'm doing to make it seem like, hey, I'm getting through it, that's learned behavior. There's layers to myself that maybe do need to heal, that maybe do need to cry out. There's parts of me that are perhaps a little bit more jaded and distressed that maybe I want to talk about. And again, that's valid. Like just like how, it's never going to be making sense to to shame someone who is fat for being fat. It's also not going to make sense for shaming that fat person for maybe thinking, maybe if I was thin, maybe if I wasn't this or that. Like I feel like we have to just remember, like, a lot of us are harmed, and like our response to being harmed might really be to just close up, might really be to just perform like that didn't hurt. Who cares? I'm still alive. And again, I'm seeing like in retrospect ways that I tried to like make it seem like I'm good, and like I was really not good. But if you tell yourself you're good, especially about pain, not confidence to fake pain not happening, but like when you're performing like things aren't really hitting you, you're really taking away from yourself. You're really taking away from that wound really being able to really heal and become that scar. I just think that there's some parts of myself, and I'm talking about me mostly, like I'm not really trying to apply it to too many people, but I am trying to name that like there are definitely parts of me that I think, or I thought like, oh, I'm healed, I'm good. But it's like, no, I just kind of like didn't allow myself to feel it. I actually told myself, stop your crying. Like there's times where like the ways our parents deny us, we actually learn really good how to do that shit too. And so in ways I think that he has been taught by patriarchy that he can't cry as a man about what happened to him as a boy. And I think about how I know so many women still crying about childhood wounds. And again, this is not me trying to say that, I'm not trying to say anybody shouldn't be. I'm just trying to offer that it's the way that like some of us know, like our inner child still needs to be held in a particular way, and the ways that like there are so many men who are refusing to get there. They think that inner child work is about women. It's sad. But I think that that's what I'm also trying to explain is like we both have inner children that are not that are not necessarily always knowing how to perform or how to behave. And I think there's just moments where when we're together I can tell like he's like allowing himself to be vulnerable after years of having to be like the only man his mom trusted. And again, the ways that like when you're raised by a single parent, you kind of age up like because you have to be their equal in some way. They have to like take away your childhood in some way. And so when you're raised by a parent that don't have no help, you become the help. And it's the way that I can tell that he has absolutely had to be stronger than he really was. And I think in our relationship, he's allowed to be as soft as he needs to be, as scared, as not feeling his best. Like, I just feel like there's times where I remember, like, in our connection that there are so many men who are told, like, the opposite of being a woman is being a terror. And the men that don't believe that, the ways that like they have to hide that like in order to have friends, and the ways that the men that don't hide that disgust or disdain or lack of support for that way of operating become men that don't have many friends. And again, it's the way that like if you are really aggressive, you can lose friends, or if you're not that aggressive, you can lose friends. And it's the way that like seemingly to be a man, you must be concealing your violence and danger and only letting it out with men that are in like spirit. And again, it makes me think of harlots, it makes me think of the hounds, it makes me think of like how whiteness really protects itself and it doesn't ever seem like the villain, you know? Like just again, the ways that I don't know, just the way harm is. I'm crying, not Carter. I'm fucking screaming. Again, it's just the ways that like there are times where I can tell that patriarchy has harmed my partner in a way that he is still trying to explain to me, and the ways that like if he was a woman, we would have been figured it out. You know what I mean? Again, it's the ways that like, you know, so many femmes are like, yeah, like my mom's an N mom and a boy mom, and my dad was emotionally unavailable and also had borderline. Like it's the way that like when you're a femme person, you are at this point able to maybe name all the things that were happening in your childhood, and there are so many men who still think my mom was mean. There are so many men, so many men. Oh my god, bitch. I had a back and forth with this black cis man and it was so awkward. Cause like, I wanna be super candid. I just be swiping. I don't know about you, but I just be swiping, bitch. I feel like it takes a lot for me to like not swipe on someone. Like I'll swipe on everybody just because again, you really never know. I'm also on dating apps as like friends, so I'm not really swiping on people like, oh, you're my match. No shade, but this black man reached out to me and said, "Did you read my profile?" And I literally felt bad because I was like, "Damn, like, so sorry. Like, I don't know what I've done, sweetie." Trigger warning for misogynoir. Trigger warning for a black man being self-hating. But this motherfucker bio was long as shit. I took screenshots, but then there was a part of me that's like, it's not worth it. Like, it's just not worth it because it's like, it's just again, I wanna be super candid that I wasn't expecting on telling this story, but I feel like I'm gonna share it just so I can try to give a little bit of context for just like where some men are at this point, seemingly. Now don't get me wrong, there are a lot of men of color, especially, who write in their bios that they hate women or that they don't like women or that they're feeling away, and it's not always black men. There are men of color who write wild things. There are white men who write wild things. I'm not trying to make it seem like only black men are writing crazy shit. Not at all. I feel like if I can drag the white men alongside so that folks know like this is not just on black men, but again, I feel like it's very specific, lowest of keys. But I'll just acknowledge that white men have absolutely messaged me saying wanna fuck. Can I eat it from behind? Can I have some fat kitty? Like white men just telling me straight up like I'm trying to fuck. Like white men telling me right now, like immediately, like, can we fuck? hello, like bothering me. And it's awkward because like I'm not gonna say they've never been like this, but it's the way that they're but, like I'll say this. Most of the time a white man will really charm me and at least take me to get a meal. 9 times out of 10, bitch, they're not just asking me to come over and smoke. I'm not saying none of them do. But what I'm trying to offer is there are a lot of white men who at this point will just let me know like I'm here to just fuck you. My bio is like 4 paragraphs. It's very much intentional. So it's very much like these men aren't reading bios either, right? So I'm not reading their bios either. I'm just swiping. So anyways, this black man told me like you didn't read my bio and was trying to treat me like I'm dumb. I go to his bio, bitch, and I want to read it verbatim, but I like literally, I don't know that I could even like get into my Plenty of Fish. Yes, bitch, it was Plenty of Fish. So you do the fucking math. I don't think I probably can't fucking log in from here. I'm gonna still try. I'm gonna still try, bitch. Just so I can read it verbatim because I feel like I'm about to paraphrase it and it's gonna sound crazier. It might sound crazier. Because again, you know what? It's not letting me. It's literally like, bitch, who are you? It's literally asking me who I am. Hold on. Can I? Girl, I already have an account. The girl says she doesn't even care that I already have an account. She like doesn't know where I'm at. Fuck her. Basically, his bio said like, "Hey, I'm a dude. You know, if you're like he's like if you're like this, we won't get along. If you're like this, like the whole fucking bio is basically like, I'm not gonna like you if you're like this or that. I remember at one point he wrote like, if you believe in withholding booty is a way to control the relationship. We're not going to vibe. And I was just like laughing because again, I just be swiping. I don't read everybody bio. So I'm like, damn, this is the bio you wanted me to read. So I'm dying laughing. At some point, I get to the bottom of the bio and it said, I'm not interested in dating any black women. I don't hate y'all or anything like that, but I'm just, trying to take a little break because seemingly those are the women that are causing me the most stress in my life. And I'm literally like, not black women are causing the most stress in your life and you want to take a break. So I literally was like, I just need you to know rejection is protection. Thank you so much for writing everything that you wrote so that folks know exactly like what they're getting with you. I was like, I just want you to know you're trying to tell black women that you don't want them, but you're letting all of us women know that you're not a good man. And he got very upset about that. He was very upset. I told him at one point, I already screenshotted so I could tell my sisters what's going on. And obviously, like at that point, I was really thinking about exposing him. But then when he reached back out to me, he's like, see, you about to screenshot and try to fuck up somebody's life and do. And I'm just like, it's not even like I'm trying to fuck up your life. It's just like, bitch, like you're being candid about you want to take a break from black women and black women are causing you all this stress. Like, like, can't you just, just talk about what you like? And again, I'm trying to let him know, like, you're good, like, you're good. And he's like, oh, he's like, because I rejected you. I was like, sir, you actually didn't reject me. I was like, I just swiped. I was like, you're the one that reached out to me about reading your bio. I didn't even read your bio. I didn't even look at, like, I wasn't really looking for you, sir. And again, as I was saying, I'm selling plant medicine, doing tarot card readings on there. Like I'm on there mostly for business hookups. Like if there's someone cute on there, I'm gonna talk to you. But he really popped up on me like, can't you read? I said no blacks. And I'm just like, sir, like, thank you. I'm gonna catalog this. I hope you heal. I really hit him, but I hope you heal. I was like, this is just, it's giving white supremacy. I really hope that you get away from this because I don't know. I was like, but rejection is protection, bitch. Like, you're protecting so many black women by being honest. Like, honestly, like, thank you. And he was very upset about that. He's like, what the fuck does that mean? Rejection is protection. I was like, well, you telling black women you don't want to be with them means they're not going to try to be with you. They're not going to be harmed by you. They're going to be able to be free from you. And he was not liking that shit either. But again, it's the way that like he really wanted that fight. Like the way he was writing paragraphs and paragraphs and multiple paragraphs. I'm not even really responding to him like that. I'm just like, all right, heard you. Take care of yourself. And he just has so much to say. And it's just like, damn. It's like when they need to talk to the lady, when they really need to go to the fucking therapy, they're on dating sites trying to find a what? A anti-black bitch with you? An anti-black bitch? That's what? Again, bitch, I was just dead. I was dead at what he was saying because I was just like, wow, whoa, you know. And again, I also want to take a moment because I know some people don't want to hold this, but in all of my pictures on dating apps, like I'm not trying to say that I'm like I don't even know. What I'm trying to offer is like in all my pictures, I very much look like a mixed person. I very much look mixed. And so I'm also trying to hold that like the colorist black men, the anti-black, like the misogynoir black men, like they're really like it's giving. Again, I have never had a black man tell me that he wasn't dealing with black women. I ain't never heard that in my entire life. I'm saying I've heard it be said. I've heard people say that that's what they're saying. I've never had a black man be like, "Hi, I don't want a black woman. Get away from me." I've never experienced that. So I was just like, whoa, what's going on? And again, I'm not trying to fake like, oh my God, no, the light skinned mixed people. Oh no. What I'm trying to offer is like, sweetie, like he really wanted people to fucking care. Like he really wanted me invested in his disdain for black women. And it was just kind of like, sir, like you really need to go talk to somebody. Like I'm not about to I'm not about to. Actually, we were joking. We didn't say last name either. We said the name Carter. We said a white person named Carter. It was a joke about white men named Carter, babe. And not I cared considering that I still think about him. Sweetie, it happened today. Are you okay? It's 3 p.m. You okay? Is it even 3 p.m., bitch? I'd be off. I think it's like 4. But it's like, sweets, this happened earlier today. Are you good? I can't talk about what happened today. Again, don't know this man's name, don't know him at all, but wanted to uplift that like this brown skinned man really had the nerve to tell me like, can't you read? I don't like black people. I was like, whoa. Oh no, sweetie, I eat food. I talk about my emotions here. I'm actually okay. But Pearly Swine, here's what I really love that you here watching me. Ain't nobody got a gun to your head. You just love being here, don't you? I can tell. It's okay. I know you getting to talk to me. I know you loving it. You welcome. I'm better than Beyonce because Beyonce talking about she got a photo shoot. Bitch, honestly, the Cowboy Carter ticket situation is funny as hell to me. Not Beyonce doing meet and greets with no like, but she not there. Talk about some one photo opportunity, but she will not be there. Girl, what? Again, you're welcome. I give so much. I give so much. I give back so much. Yes. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all are giving me a lot. Just please know. Just please know. Like y'all give me so much. Just thank you. Just thank you so fucking much. Thank you. I love all the insults. You're giving me so much energy. Just thank you. Thank you. Some of y'all be wondering how I get out of everything, bitch, because all the energy, bitch. Bitches be watching me hoping I fail. Suffer. Suffer. That's all I got. Suffer. That's why I be making it. Motherfuckers be really thinking some divine shit's happening. No, bitch. Some people really be really watching me hoping something bad happen. Bitch, that's why good shit be happening. I'm telling you. Don't worry too much about me. Don't look down on me too damn much. Because the universe is listening, bitch, and watching, sweetie. Like, it really is. That's why I leave people the fuck alone. That's why I don't bother none of y'all. I mind my business. That's what I do. Absolutely. I'm telling you, that is what I focus on, bitch. I focus on me, building community, eating good food, growing things, not killing things. I focus on healing and saving shit. That's what I focus my energy on. So the universe be like, wait, what? They're coming for her again? Remove all motherfucking blocks. I'm telling you, it don't add up. Oh, I'm on the toilet taking a dookie, a man with a knife to my neck. Now they're sending me motherfucking hundreds of dollars in the mail. That doesn't happen to everybody, does it? Again, some of y'all really don't realize you are powerful, but you're giving it away. Thank you. I swear. If baby, If don't nothing I say stick, like you're very powerful. Focus on growing shit. Focus on building it. Don't focus on hurting people, making people feel like shit. Don't do it. Cause you're gonna waste your fucking power. You wanna be like a Rita Repulsa? Really? Rita could have been powerful as fuck. Rita could have been that girl. But she was in everybody's fucking business. Hoping people fail and shit. That's why she lost. I'm telling you, just don't be a hateful hoe. It's very easy to be a hateful hoe. Some of y'all got hateful hoe mamas. I got a hateful hoe mama. I understand being a hateful hoe. I get it. But you're never gonna find your chicken in my plate. I'm never gonna find mine in your plate either. So I don't even look over there. So I'm telling you, don't look at my plate and think how you can fuck it up. Don't think about it like that. Just think about how you could do something that's gonna make you feel good, make you feel happy. But don't focus on nobody's downfall, bitch. I promise you, it's never gonna work. You get away for a little bit. It's funny for a little bit, but then what's funny, bitch? What's really funny about that? It's tragic. You could be using your energy for good stuff. Honestly, you could be making a whole. You could be building your coven, bitch. You over here giving energy to me. I'm telling you, some people don't realize when you go on the internet and motherfuckers can perceive you, they are giving you their fucking energy. That's why, like, think about all the shit that you watch. Think about them songs you play over and over and over again. You're making that bitch stronger. Keep that in mind. Some of y'all don't think like that. I understand, but I'm telling you, babe, are you still mad about us talking about Carter? We were joking. Ashley, we were joking. And what gossip? Ashley, we're talking about a man on a dating site being anti-black, talking about black women in a crazy ass way. Come on now. It was deeper than gossip. But it's okay. Like I said, I could tell y'all want my energy, but you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it. Aqua, I seen you wrote something really big about a cousin in Africa, and I literally missed that shit. You said your little cousin from Africa been saying it. It's weird. You know what though? It makes me think of this tweet that came out a little while ago where somebody said that some black men thinking controlling something white is power. So there's a part of me that feels like there are some black men that know that some of these white women are going to move a certain way. And I don't want to do too much, but I think about Adele and that black man she's with. Something's not right. Something's not right. Something's not right. Again, I just feel like she don't got the self-esteem to be with him, personally. I feel like he's constantly playing in her face. I also feel like between me and you, it's the way that a lot of white women have come out recently and said that black men manipulate them a lot and tell them that that they should be with a black woman, and that, that they really, that they're not that into white women. Like, apparently there are white women who say there are black men who tell them, I don't really deal with y'all, but I guess I'll deal with you. Like, again, it's the way that so many women of color, especially black women, know that the way that some black men speak about white women, it's just kind of like, damn, is this even a woman to you? Or is this an investment? Like, again, it's the way some of these men be talking about these women, and they are fucking products. They are insurance. You know what I mean? It's very much like you're not a woman. And again, it just makes me think about how white women are being pimped by patriarchy and the idea of like relationship or even marriage. Like, a lot of that shit is to pimp these white bitches, but I digress. There's not even a mod in here. There's no mods tonight. The mods got shit going. I think Ren was in here for a second, but I haven't seen Ren in a moment. The mods don't really block people. I feel like most people just get a timeout, or just don't, or we just don't have them talk. You said there's racism in every ethnicity. There's not, unfortunately, Ashley. But you know what though, Ashley, I'm gonna put you in timeout because I feel like you're gonna tire yourself out. Because Ashley out here, I'm just gonna put her on timeout for a little bit. Because, yeah. I could tell some of y'all want to tussle. It doesn't make sense. Like Kanye indeed. And again, It's the way that some men use white women for their own gain. And again, it's not like I'm trying to act like I've never been with a white man and seen how my life shifted. I'm not even gonna play with you. Like, I've absolutely dated white men and like lived a certain type of life simply because I was with a white man. I'm aware of that at this point. I'm aware. But again, it's the way that I didn't, no one ever told me that. You know what I mean? It's the way no one told me. And it's the way that I just, again, started experiencing luxury, going to certain events, again, being in certain rooms, being in certain places, going to certain countries, just like again, just getting out of the bubble and feeling like I was free in some way. Like there is a layer of privilege when your partner is not a black person, when your partner is non-black. Like let's just put that out there. I'm not gonna sing, but thank you. Aqua, I appreciate you for coming through. Just thank you for saying hey. But yeah, I'm putting people on timeout for asking me to rap or sing or twerk or anything like that. So if you want to be on timeout, just let me know. I have no problem putting you there. And you can hang out, you know? That's okay. I don't want to punish anybody. I want everybody to know you're welcome, but let's just keep it cute because some of y'all be saying stuff that's really weird and trying to hurt people. And again, you may not hurt me, but you may hurt someone that's here and reading. So let's just consider that like I don't care. I gotta get this drink. But I know some of y'all, you're not, you know, you're not saying anything that's gonna bother me. But just because I can't be bothered doesn't mean that it's not bothersome. I'm screaming. Bitch. It's the way that my throat and this weed are like, ooh. This weed is raw dogging me. And here's the thing about the Grammy thing. Like, I feel like what Kanye doesn't realize is like no one's missing him with his behavior right now. Like, I feel like, and whenever I hear people miss Kanye, it was Kanye before Kim, bitch. I don't hear anybody missing Kanye, Kim Ye. I don't hear that. And so again, there's a part of me that feels like there's a tragedy, you know? And again, I'm trying to offer that there is a way, there's a way that I think Kanye, again, it makes me think of that Onaja woman. It's like when people are mentally unwell, people really will hold space for certain behavior to a point. But I think that Kanye's point has come and gone. I think we've all been kind of like noticing how he's moving with his girlie Bianca. And we just know, you know, this is some fetish play shit. And again, for people that aren't aware, trigger warning for just being super candid about porn in a particular way. God damn, this shit probably gonna fuck somebody up. But there's a porn category called Black New World Order, and some people may or may not know about it. I learned about it a few years ago, randomly scrolling, you know, just living life. And I did not ever consider that race play would have its own domain. But just like there are Black men that unfortunately need white women to degrade them to come, there are Black men who really need a white woman to be brutalized in order for them to come. And so with that being said, there are Black men who are part of a subgenre of porn where the white people are being and see, it's such a slippery slope because it's like on one hand, it's like, yes, like these white women still have agency and power, but there's just this like very brutal and rough way of handling these white women that I think truly makes the genre what it is. Like the idea that like Black folks are like or black men asterisk are kings. Because again, it's called Black New World Order, but it should really be called Black Men World Order because it's uplifting that black men are superior in every way. I've looked at some of these comment sections, and again, at first when I found it, I was like dying laughing, like I thought it was hilarious. But at some point, I started realizing like, oh damn, like there are a lot of black men perhaps that are like they feel like they must, harm a white woman to achieve orgasm. It's a thing. Mm, mm, I mean, mm, it's just, mm, yeah. I think about how I feel like Kanye is definitely talented, but I think that unfortunately for him, having I don't even know, man. Like, I feel like there's so many ways to talk about Kanye, and that's why I don't do it. And I think that that's another layer to this Onaija shit, because it's like, on one hand, she's getting money from the Pakistani government. Like, I get it. But on the other hand, she has a very worried, I'm pretty sure, minor child. I can't imagine someone over 18 showing their birth certificate to prove that a woman who is on the national stage, global stage, having a seemingly a bipolar spiral. I don't know why you would need to show your whole birth certificate. So with that being said, like it's the way that like we can talk about certain people all different types of ways, right? When they have agency with us, like I know that she's a black woman from New York who may actually not have had enough resources to again weather the storm of rejection. I can hear that, but also like does she just get $100,000 from the government? Because again, sometimes I really be wondering like what happens next. Cause it's like I'm seeing her smoking that cigarette, counting all that money, and I'm happy for her. But then I'm just like, and what happens if you get robbed, bitch? Here's my thing. I feel like I'm good on Drake too. I feel like I couldn't tell you the last time I listened to Drake because it's like, here's the thing. It's like anytime I want to try to listen to Drake, I just feel silly. It feels silly because it feels very much like, why? It's like his voice, like it's like it's like there's something about his voice. It used to give me so much. Like again, I used to really love Drake. I used to be a big Drake fan. Used to really love Drake. I think we all like. I don't say we all did, but I think there was a he was pop, right? He was pop. I assume like anyone who has multiple albums like on the top 40, like I assume that like somebody else loves them too, or love them. And so it's kind of like if ever Beyonce got canceled, that shit would be funny as hell. Because it's the way some people would be like, I like Destiny's Child. Again, it's just like time and life will really have you looking at certain situations and be like, like now, like at this moment, I've seen a lot of people like trying to resurrect um what's her name, Azalea Banks, and it's awkward because it's like I want to love Azalea, I do, but I swear every other day she'll say something and I'll be like, it's like I be really wanting to be on her side, bitch. I be really wanting to understand. Like when she went on her rant about Kanye breath stinking, I was dying laughing privately. I'll never pop out on her. I'm crying. Not Ice Princess. That's so funny. Listen, I again Azalea Banks, like she's super talented. Again, it's just the way that people can be talented, and then that's all we're gonna talk about, right? I mean, You know what? You know what? Can we take one little baby moment? Because you saying that Azalea is jealous, I want to hold this in real time. That like any darker skinned person like feeling jealousy or feeling away, I hope y'all know like that is human. Like I really hope that we don't ever get to a point where we shame people for feeling authentic feelings. Like, as I said earlier, like, yeah, I'm cool being a fat bitch, but it took a long time for me to be okay with my body because other people told me I shouldn't have been. Other people told me that their standards should have been mine. And so with that being said, like the ways that like our society, the way us lighter skinned people, the way us non-black people are treating deep dark skinned people, the way we get treated by black folk, everybody, I'm not saying that anyone's jealous. What I'm trying to offer is it's understandable and not a moment to shame people for wanting the same thing you're getting, fucking basic humanity. And again, I'm aware that like us mixed people, us light skinned people, we're not getting basic humanity. We're getting more than that. We're getting more than that. The man that offered me the land is a deep dark skinned man. I'm not trying to say that he never offered no land as nobody else deep dark skin. But I can't imagine that he has a relationship like he has with me with a deep dark skinned person that he's giving land to. I don't see that. Again, it's the way that like I'm not trying to pedestalize myself, but I'm trying to hold that there are moments where people really do go out their way for me and they're not white people. And the ways that I've seen deep dark skinned people, like that man on the dating app, say straight up, like, I don't like black women. And obviously, in his mind, even mixed people with black ancestry are black. So again, it's the way that like this black man is like now like reversing the one drop rule and deciding that like he can only be with people though who don't have any drops of black blood. Again, wild time to be alive, right? But I say that to say that I can understand why some fat women aren't just like, yeah, I'm fat and I love myself. I understand why some fat women are going to hate and bully perhaps a thin person. Absolutely. I can hold space for that. Do I think that they should? No. I don't think anybody fat should bully anybody. I don't think anybody should bully anybody. But I understand. And again, I'm saying that as a lighter skinned person who has never been dragged for being a lighter skinned person, but I've seen a lot of my friends and my neighbors bringing up that one time they got called wash and go, that one time they got called high yellow. That's not systemic oppression. That's not pigmentocracy at work. It's honestly people responding to the fucking situation at hand. Again, just like there will be white people who are bullied by black folk because black folk have education in a particular way around the truth, there will be white people that will really feel like these black people are really treating me historically like I've treated them. They will say that. There will be so many people who are anti-black, who are ops as fuck. It's fucked up. But I want us to hold that like there are going to be people who are upset at something that happened to them, and it was a fucking individual response to systemic harm. And I know some people don't want to hear that. I know they don't. Because again, I've seen conversations where a lot of mixed people and light-skinned people were talking and were making it a point to say, I remember this light-skinned person who got hit in the head because, and it's like, yeah, but how many times were deep dark skinned people hit in the head? We'll never know, will we? Because again, the pride of being a deep dark skinned person, the ways the way, and again, this is from me just observing community, the way deep dark skinned people have to uphold and hold their head up and then also say, fuck you, I'm not jealous, when really, even if you were, why would we shit on you? Why would we use that against you? Why would we shame you further? And again, I'm saying that as someone that can see, based on listening, why someone would say, I'm not jealous. I've never been jealous. I've said it myself. I've said, oh, I never wanted to be skinny. That's a lie. But you know what? As much as I wanted to be skinny, I think what I really wanted, when I get to take a moment and think, when I get to take a moment and think, What I really wanted was for my body to not be compared to any fucking body else's. What I really wanted was to be held as an individual and be cared for and listened to. What I really desired was equality. But if you're telling me all I can have is being a fat person who puts on corsets and performs as like the right kind of fat person, I'll take it. And again, it's the way that like some of us will say we want to be liberated or we say we want to decolonize, but we'll take whatever the fuck is close enough. And again, I'm bringing this up to say that it's never a moment to be like, oh, gotcha, you know? And see, that's the thing about Azalea. Like, Azalea being fat phobic against a black woman who is, again, it's the way that, like, Lizzo and Azalea, if they ever got on a track, how fun that could be. But again, it's the way that there are black girls being starved of black girl camaraderie, black girl teaming up, black girls teaming up, black women teaming up, like creating something together. It's the way that, like, imagine Doechii and Azalea on a track. Oh my God. But it's again, it's the way that, like, even Azalea not getting her just due. Again, it all, like, in retrospect, when I pull it all back, I'm sad because I feel like Azalea never got to be. I feel like there were so many things in her rollout that really just were like not things that were helping her. And I think about the ways that at some point I'm sure she realized, like, if I won't be adored, I'll be a villain. I'll be infamous. If I can't be famous, I'll be infamous. And I feel like some people, I think that Kanye's there too. Like, if I can't control my fame in the way that I want, I'll just be the villain. And I think that it's a very Gemini take. And I think the same thing about Trump. I hate to say that. I don't think, like, between me and you, bitch, and I'm sure like other, other things that are paying attention, this is very much like Russian oligarchy and just rich white people somewhere, Prague, wherever the fuck, just being like, yeah, now break this thing. Now break this thing. Like, it's very much giving, now break this. I'm supposed to believe this man knows how to write EOs. Like, girl, it's funny, sweetie, because I'm supposed to suspend my motherfucking belief to believe that Donald Trump knows how to do all that paperwork. It's the way that, like, sweetie, it's the way that he done already told us that he eat McDonald's every day. It's like, girl, people who eat McDonald's every day are not doing this. Like, they're not. And I just wish he would stay in his lane, you know? Like, there's just something so trailer park about him. I just really wish he would. And I'm not trying to hate on the trailer park girls, but it's just something so, like, it's just like, girlie, you belong in like a town, you know what I mean, with one sheriff car. Like, you know yourself. Like, sweetie, you look like you would really love possum soup. Like, you're not built for this. Like, you're really not. He looked like he looked like he would really benefit from sitting on a porch and spitting in a can. Like, sometimes you can just look at them and tell, like, you will really benefit from like a ball of yarn, bitch. Like, real talk, like, you could knit. Sit the rest of this shit out. You're good. I just feel like Donald Trump has done too much already. Yeah. He can get a little corncob pipe. Sure can. Yeah, he needs to be living next to a railroad. Very clearly. There's just something about him that's built like, pawpaw. Like, it's crazy when you see white people get money and it's like, sweetie, you are really built for a harmonica outside in the night. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to play nobody. I know harmonica. Harmonica is not just for like old white people, but I'm just saying, sweetie, it's the way that I'm like, I just need you to go get your jug of hooch pawpaw and just go. Cause it's like, sweetie, you like, it's the DEI of it all, sweetie. Like, it's the hit dog hollering. It's like, girl, you're so worried about white people being able to maintain mediocrity And it's just like you're so worried, and it shows. Like it shows. Like you're so worried. Oh no, if white people can't tell other white people about the job, how are we gonna maintain this? Because that's what it is, bitch. Like at some point, it's like it's not even about hiring black people. You're just letting Craig tell you about Tommy. You're just letting Tim tell you about Joe. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, a lot of jobs that I got when I was more connected with white people, it was like a white person just told me that there was a job. Like real talk. Was it no application? Oh yeah, that white person told me about the job. Okay. So it's the way that like I wasn't even clocking it for real. Cause again, I'm thinking like I got hooked up. Why am I gonna look at it too long? But then I have to hold like, damn, like a lot of these jobs, someone white just told me there was a job. And then the white person who told me that told the other white people, hey, I told this person about the job. Now, sweetie, the jobs I'm not getting, and it's so funny because it's like I'm not saying if I knew the white person, but it's the way that like the white lady knew my boyfriend, and that's why I got the job. Swear they hired three people, and they needed all three of us. One person quit, and I became more essential. I think that's the only reason why I lasted so long. Because if that third girl wouldn't have quit, but that third girl was doing the coffee badge shit, where she was like going to work and then punching out, then going to get coffee, but punching out at the house. And so she was literally on her first day of our job while she was punched into her other job. I'm like, that's a true Capricorn queen. Tabitha Brown. Oh yeah, I feel like when I brought up Tabitha Brown, I know some people were very upset, and I wanted to bring this up just because I feel like one thing's for sure about Tabitha Brown, people really don't like her, and I know that is probably deeper than just her being a capitalist. Like I'm sure there are some people that are just they really can't stand the bitch. But I saw some people just saying things like, "Oh, I knew you couldn't trust her," and it doesn't seem like it's only about her being a capitalist. It feels like it's also like, people. Yeah, I'm still with my BF. But yeah, it didn't feel like there was any real desire seemingly to hear people out. Like I don't know. Like I feel like her answer very much gave like Target didn't talk to me. So I'm trying to do what I can so that y'all don't, fuck up my numbers because they trying to fuck up my numbers. Like it was very much giving like I can't drag Target. So I'm gonna tell y'all as nicely as I can. Don't let my motherfucking stock fall. And again, I try to just hold space for her because on one hand it's like, black capitalism, it has honestly been a thwart. Black capitalists have absolutely colluded against, the better judgment of black folk that did not have the money to make, other judgments. And so with that being said, there's a part of me that feels like, Tabitha wants to maintain being a millionaire. And so I think that that's what we should consider. That she has a vested interest in you going to Target because it's gonna help her. Now I haven't heard of Tabitha doing too much community outreach. I could be wrong as fuck. But with that being said, even if she did, I think it's more that people don't like her at this point because they see her as someone who made money and isn't really interested in giving back. And here's the thing: what could Tabitha give back to anybody right now? If folks have ideas, maybe tell her. Because that's my thought process. Like that's really where I'm at this point. Instead of us looking at Tabitha like, oh, you black capitalist scumbag, let's be like, hey Tabitha. So it seems like financially you're not the most comfortable at the moment, worried about the bottom line coming in the future. This quarter probably just began. So they really shot you in the foot a little bit. And honestly, after Christmas, people be kind of conservative about spending shit. Because people spend a lot of money in October, November, a little bit of December, some January spending, because you got them gift cards and shit. But February, March, again, people getting ready to go outside again at some point. But I don't know, sweetie, with the way that these airlines are going. I really wonder what she could offer to the collective. I don't check for her like that, but I'm not someone that thinks that she's evil. I think she's just a black woman who happened to come up at the worst possible time. Like that's how I feel. I think that she came up at a time where people were really like looking at the class struggle beyond anti-blackness asterisk. I want to say that, but at the same time, nobody black is ever living outside of anti-blackness, and so it doesn't matter how much money she gets, she'll always have a target on her back. And I don't mean that to be disparaging. It's me trying to offer that like you can make a lot of money. But the world still sees you as what? And so with that being said, like it's the way that like Tabitha Brown may talk really soft and sweet. She may have a way of endearing you to her, but she's still a regular bitch who came up, had a good idea, put in the work, also is a business owner. So, other people put in work, gave her their money. So I think about it like that like she didn't just like build this corporation from like a crumb. She had a good idea. People believed in her. We also have to hold that like whenever Tabitha Brown speaks, she does have a way of communicating that kind of makes you feel like you're, and again, this could be someone else could feel differently, but there's almost this vibe of family. And again, I want to be candid that just like I never believed Papa John was my papa, somebody white might have seen him and was like, that's a good man. I don't know who. But again, the way that somebody non-black will see Tabitha and maybe think like safe black lady. Again, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to say that like there's moments where Tabitha Brown is communicating and you can kind of low-key tell that like she that she knows her audience isn't just black folk. I'll say that the way that she communicated in about Target, you could tell that she did want black people to hear her, but not just black people, if that makes sense. So I feel like the way that she communicated, it felt like she knew there was mixed company, mixed company. But I think that's why she invoked like blackness and things of that nature, because most black folk already know she was gonna suffer. But I feel like the way she positioned it was kind of like this is gonna happen to more than just me. And she didn't really mention anybody else. And again, I'm not saying she has to, but I'm saying like she's the only person that made a video, and which kind of gave like I need y'all to urgently see this. Like I need y'all to listen to me right now. Like there was no statement written. It seemed very much off the top of the dome. Which feels like Target wasn't really thinking about her either, which again makes people look at her kind of crazy because it's like, whoa, Target really sent you out here like this? Again, it's the way that like she's obviously trying to save herself. And some people are turned off by that. But again, I can't shame her for wanting to save herself. I can say as someone that is poor, not a good choice. You know what I mean? Like as someone who's seeing the way that, you know what I mean? It's no. The lip bar did say that they're waiting to see what Target statement really means. And so with that being said, there was almost this like moment that the lip bar took where they said, we don't know what the fuck's going on either, which was a smart strategy because they also shared with everybody their website where they do direct sales. So they totally turned the situation into something better because at the end of the day, they didn't have a headline. Tabitha did. And again, it's the way that people are in the comments being like, I never trusted her. And it's the way that like, I really hate when I see shit like that. Whenever a black woman gets dragged or talked about in a particular way, there's always somebody in the comments like, I knew something was wrong with her. And it's like, did you really? Well, like what did you see, girl? Because it's like she sounds like someone that won't cross class lines. Sounds like someone that might be scared. I'm not going to go to the nth degree and say like she's a demon, but I've seen people go that far. Again, I'm just trying to be candid that like how I speak on black women does matter, and I don't want to ever be in a situation where I'm hearing that a black woman is getting dragged and I don't try to understand like where the fuck she's coming from, because again, I think to do anything less is just to be ahistorical. Like we did not know Tabitha until she started sharing with us. She clearly wanted to share something. She clearly wanted to start a business. These are things we know she wanted to do. She liked working with Target. We know this. And Target made it hard for her. But again, I think just like I said, everybody not gonna be a Nina Simone. Everybody not gonna be Nina. Everybody's not. Everybody's not going to be that black woman who starves herself and sits on the back of a bus. It's not going to go down like that. And again, it's the way that I know some people are very upset and they keep on bringing up, like, why are black people not doing anything? Why are black people not? Where are black women at? There was a man from Yemen who was just asking for black people to help him. And it was like, sweetie, it's the way that the performance of captive maternal is something that is being asked for. It's the way people will shame black women for being in a role that people are asking for. And again, I want to hold that while I know for a fact that Tabitha probably doesn't know what the fuck is coming. She definitely was trying to save herself, and I don't think that she's the worst person for that. I think we can still acknowledge that shit. There's a lot of people going out there with it trying to save themselves. So I just want to be candid that when we talk about people, we gotta really be mindful about where the fuck they're coming from. Tabitha Brown isn't a corporation. She's a part of one right now, and they're not treating her the best. And it sucks because in some ways she's in the perfect position to actually do something verbal that would maybe acknowledge like how like I wish that she would acknowledge like they're fucking me over. I know she can't. Seemingly, I know she can't because again, other businesses are watching how she maneuvers through this. I feel like that's another layer that we won't think about all the time, is that other corporations are like, how you gonna move through this? And that's the other thing too. It's like if a corporation is telling us that they don't care about DEI, and again, I want to hold this too. The people that are gonna help us in the world that we want to live in are the veterans. The DEI being rolled back is actually affecting mostly veterans, disabled people, and non-white people. Those are the three categories, and women in general. Not just white women, but there are so many people saying it was helping white women, as if that's a counter that we really want to hold. Like I said earlier, some people want the world to just turn a light switch. Instead of a man is in charge, a woman is in charge. But what woman is going to be in charge if that happens? Like some people really think like the opposite of patriarchy is women being in control. And again, I'm not saying that I don't want women in control. What I want to acknowledge though is that veterans can be women and people of color. Disabled people, like women, can be women of color, disabled, veterans. People can hold many identities at once and have a harder time navigating above, because that's what DEI helped with the most, is moving people up a ladder that they were stuck on because the ladder was only allowing white people to go past a certain rung. And so with that being said, a lot of the DEI hires were overdue. We're overdue. And see, that's the thing about it, is like we talk about people being male identified, and I wish that we would soften our language. I know some people don't want to hear that. That's fine. I'm always offering suggestions. I'm never saying think like me, but I'm just trying to consider that, like, are these women identifying as a male, right, or identifying more with men? Or have they been harmed by white supremacy and patriarchy? Do they like, bitch, it's the way my mom told me so many lies about boys and men that made me see them as more important than me. I remember my mom telling me if a boy has to use the bathroom to move out of their way, that a boy needing to use the bathroom is more urgent than me. I remember her saying this. I remember my mom, I told her, like, you always like had me stirring pots in the kitchen, but you never taught me a recipe. You never told me what you were doing. You just kind of used my body as labor. She had the nerve to tell me like I was trying to teach you how to be a woman. Can you imagine a white passing bitch telling you that she used you to stand there and stir a hot ass pot and didn't tell you about what was happening, didn't give you no information, and that's how you be a woman? stand there silently over a pot getting burned up. Like, come on. It's just, again, it's the way that some of us have been taught so much bullshit that, yeah, maybe we would believe a man is more important. I don't want to be focusing on this woman thinking that men is more important. I want to focus on why she don't believe that she's just as worthy. I don't want to focus on her behavior being identifying her to a man. I want to focus on why she believes these men deserve this level of grace and support. What led you there? And again, it's hard to get there when we start labeling people. I really wish we asked more questions and said, why do you think this? Because again, people may soften and tell us a story that really outlines it all. And again, it's not until I look back at certain parts of my life that I understand why the fuck I do what I do, or why it made sense for me in some way to do this or that thing. And a lot of times it comes back to not having an elder that actually taught me a damn thing. And again, it's the way some of us really are out here with no guidance. And we have to get it ourselves. And the ways that like all types of people will tell you anything. And it's the way I've been given so much misinformation. I've had to fact check all types of things I believed. And I'm still doing it now. I just had a moment where I started thinking about how space really does make white people think there's more out there. And I'm not saying the planets aren't out there. I'm just saying us getting to them probably ain't realistic. Us going out into space genuinely probably not realistic. If we could, wouldn't we already have been colonizing in the last 2,000 years? Wouldn't we have already begun colonizing? That's where I'm at, friends. Like, I truly believe, like, if we could, we would. So again, I'm not trying to make it seem like I understand completely everything. I don't. But what I want to offer is that like there are times where like women really do think that it's in their best interest to betray a woman or betray a femme or betray someone who's not a man for a man. And again, it's the way that like I know for me, I've had to sit recently with like how, my father and I's relationship being what it is makes me just not trust men inherently. Like I really don't trust any of them. And I feel bad because I want to trust. I want to trust at least one man. And I'm just holding that like some of us aren't going to get that opportunity because of our experience with men. Some of us have really met so many men that have treated us again and again and again the same way. That it's harder than ever to not feel like, damn, you too? Damn, you too? How many more damn you twos we got? Again, I'm 35 and I'm like, I can't imagine being 18 and like going into like dating people right now. Like I can't. But again, I've been dating people since I was like 17 years old, so I've had some time. hmm I've had some time to figure out like, some shit, but sweetie, you're not gonna see all the manipulation, you're not gonna see it all. And again, it's the way that I know some people are so worried about becoming a man hater. And I think I'm talking about that as well. That like I don't wanna say that a woman is acting like a man or that she's anything identified male. Like, I don't want to say stuff like that because I feel like in ways it's like, what if that woman is being coerced by violence? Like, like again, there's just ways that like I'm trying to see. Mm. 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 I'm hearing you. I mean, I definitely feel like I feel like we're in a psychological operation that has like on some like other shit. Like I really do think that the Bible is a story told for so long to make people believe in something. And then I think like the invention of like space and shit like, or not space, but the invention of like space stations and going to the moon. Like I personally feel like that was like a second coming in terms of like shifting from the religious and hell is below us, heaven is above us. I think it was a way to like restructure the programming, the manipulation that we're in, where it's like for so long, like it was working out. But then I think like at some point, like I think like people being like, oh, I hear God, I hear angels. Like I personally think that like it created such psychosis that they're like, okay, for this next batch, they're like, we're gonna tell them that like the sky's not the limit anymore. We can go beyond the stars, like da da da. And again, just because you can see these things with like telescopes and shit like that does not mean you could get there. But I say all this to say that like the exploration of space, like it definitely gave people more excitement about like what could be next. And again, all these movies that came out after like the moon landing, like all these horror films, and like the ways that horror works to like teach us how to like be afraid. Like horror actually like introduces a fear to us that we're already kind of experiencing. And again, Princess Weeks, I shared her video, but there's so many ways that we can see anti-blackness in film in a particular way. Like the idea of like Frankenstein is apparently like a play on like somebody, someone non-white, someone like the fear of something that's like you, human but not quite, the fear of not speaking the same language, but that entity being a full life that you can't control, no one can control. Again, it's the ways that like white people keep telling us like their fear is like black people, their fear is like experiencing pain because those black folks don't know we were trying to save their souls. Again, it's the way that Christianity has been utilized and flipped and distorted in a way that lets me know it's a high powerful tool. It's actually it's a weapon of mass destruction. And yet people will put on a rosary, people will pray on their knees, people will throw money into a plate, and all of those actions are colluding with the idea that there's something above us looking down at us. The surveillance culture that's built into our fucking our realm. Again, the layers don't stop, and the ways that I see it all connected is really distressing at times because I can completely understand why non-white people go crazy. And when I say go crazy, I mean absolutely given to the insanity that we are constantly living just by existing in a world that is anti-fucking black, hates women, hates gays, hates trans people. It's like I had a moment today where I was thinking about, damn bitch, a fucking plane could crash and I could just die right now. And I've never had that feeling before. I've never been worried about a plane crash. And then I see a video where a white woman says, there's not a lot of plane crashes in America because we actually have a new standard for safety that was just rolled back. So now expect to see a lot more plane crashes because even though we had a safety standard that was working, we're no longer using it anymore and we're lying about why. And again, what's the point of making people be afraid to fly? What's the point of making people afraid? It makes you think of that movie, Red Eye. Like that movie came out post 9/11. And it's like, why use a plane to scare people? Why make people afraid of the sky? And again, it's the way that horror is kind of supposed to be like a little crumb, like something to eat on, something to scare you in the moment, kind of like going on a roller coaster. It's like that fear. We're supposed to like get a taste of it every now and then. And then when the government like concentrates it, that's when we act. That's when we react, right? Um, no, and here's my thing. It is, but think about how we're sitting here just talking to each other to somebody who's like think about like a maybe a again, and I don't mean to be distressing, but it's like, can you imagine being an iPad kid and stumbling upon anti-blackness before your parents have bothered to like uplift certain things to you, or stumbling upon anything historical from like the last 1,000 years? Again, just anybody black trying to figure out 1619 project at a certain age. And again, it's the way that like I've been talking about child mobs, like just like when I was in foster care, like I was in foster care and I would just be everywhere. Like when you're in foster care, like I don't know if things are different now, but most of the parents in foster care were collecting a check. They were using the kids' labor. Like a lot of us were not able to be kids. We were like puppies that came with checks. It was really crazy at some point living with some of these women because they were hoarding us. There were women that had 5 kids in a 2-bedroom apartment and they expected us to share beds. And they even would take kids in that they could not take kids, but they'd say, "Ah, I can take one more," and nobody would check. And again, it's the way that like at some point in this world that we live in, those kids are gonna like I didn't get a fucking personal computer till I was like 17 years old. And that's when I started to learn more about so much stuff. Up until that point, I was kind of closed. And again, like it's the way that like the phones weren't going on the internet like that. There wasn't like the internet like there is now. So I can't imagine like being alive and sentient during this time because I feel overwhelmed so fucking much. And yet there are young people who are being overwhelmed as well. I also wanted to uplift the subreddit anti-work, ANTIWRK. For people that are not aware of the anti-work movement, the idea is that there's enough riches here. We actually don't need to be like spending all of our lives damn near dying. During the pandemic, that stipend, that money for resources, they were able to do that because they really don't need you to work anymore. The whole putting you to work thing is so that you don't fucking revolt because this shit is crazy. Like at the end of the day, like the idea behind anti-work is what if we all did less? And then while we're doing less, let's use our energy to overthrow shit. Let's use our energy to like rebuild things or create things that we actually think could work. And so, with that being said, I understand that some people really do love working hard. I don't agree, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know that like for most of my life, like people have really criticized me for being lazy, and I think the reality is that wherever I go, I'm not going to be valued appropriately. I'm not going to be valued in a way that makes me feel good, and so in some ways, I have absolutely realized maybe a little sooner than I should have for some people that like I really don't need to work hard to be valid. I don't need to work hard to like exist. I know some people don't agree. I know some people's life isn't built like that. Like I know some people are like their parents. So like you do need to work to feed that baby. Like I'm not in that same exact experience. And so again, with that being said, it's the way that like I know some people will really be triggered by this conversation. And if so, please feel your feelings. Like I know some of us have been lied to really good to the point where we think, and also being non-black, I have to hold that like even though I know some people think, I've always been comfortable being like not as invested in work. No, I definitely feel shame, but at the same time, I also know that like I can't bully myself into doing something different. I have to actually hold myself and ask like what do we think? Like why do you think we're doing this? I have to get curious with myself in a way that like my parents were never gonna do. My parents are never gonna hug me and be like, hey, what's happening? Like what do you see? And so it's the ways that I've had to learn how to parent myself to actually be, and again, it's the way that like as a non-black person, it's the way that like I don't ever know who I am in a certain room. And so at my last job, they expected me to be black. They expected me to be black and shut the fuck up. They expected me to feel shame for feeling exploited. Like there were a lot of things that they expected of me as a person at that job. And anytime I pushed back, like I was known, or they let it be known in a way that kind of had me like, damn, like, fuck, like they're not going to be super candid with me. They're going to just kind of check me in a way that is very, again, just very tight, very, very cold, very quick. And again, it's the way that like as a non-black person, there are moments where I'm holding that like there are people that are like, what are you? And that gives me a little bit of humanity for them to work with. But I really don't know in every room how I'm going to be received. And so with that being said, I don't want to ever overappraise like how I'm being held, but I also do want to hold that like a lot of these jobs will see a black woman and be like, I'm gonna run her energy, I'm gonna steal her energy. And I've seen and heard black women tell me straight up, like, the job is not treating me the same way. And again, I don't want to make it seem like I'm always going to know like when and where things are going left. But there are moments where I recall, just being told things that, again, like I remember asking like, are you hiring black people? And them looking at me like, bitch, we thought we were hiring you. Like, and I'm sitting here like, oh shit, and having to tell white people, hey, I can't be your black representation, and that, So far, it's looking like you're only hiring white people and some tokens. And again, the ways that I'm trying to uplift shit like that, even though I'm trying to get a job, I'm not trying to be like operating like I don't realize, like, if I can't say shit like that, if I can't ask where are the black people, that's not a good place for me to be. I want to work in a place that's like, who? Why don't we have black people working here? What are we up to? You know what I mean? I want that kind of response. And again, like that means that like I'm not gonna take every fucking job because every job ain't motherfucking for me. But again, the way that we live in a world that says get a fucking job, who cares? Shut up. Go work somewhere. And again, the ways that like my white passing partner is not about to have me out here like looking crazy trying to find a job. He's like, I hope you find something soon, but in the meantime, like work on your dreams. Like you want to build an online trip sitting business where like people sit with people in psychedelic space. That sounds fun as fuck. Do something that's fun for you. And I'm the same way with him. I'm like, I can't wait for you to focus more on your music. I try to remind him like, this is a good time to maybe write something. He's not been inspired. It's unfortunate, but again, it's the way that there's so much more to fucking do out here. And yet you go to the wrong fucking job and they're about to fucking not only steal your energy, but also make you feel gaslit the whole time because they're anti-black. But who's gonna say? Who's gonna ever bring it up? And again, it's the ways that like just being able to see anti-blackness in some ways and try to bring it up and then motherfuckers be gaslighting you. And again, I be trying to let them know like, hey, I'm not black. So if I can see it, that's really it's very overt. Like it's not covert. Like I'm bringing this up to you because again, I'm detailing what's happening between you. And again, it's the way that they'll be like, oh nah, like you're not about to be telling me that I'm anti-black. And it's just like it's awkward because it's very clear like I'm a token. I'm there as like we can't be anti-black. Look at this one. Like it's becoming very clear. Here's my thing, like there are gonna be parents who can't work because of their kids. And I think that that's another layer to this. Is like in my mind, like I have a friend that I really would love to like live in a shared community with. And like, I would love if they didn't have to work. Like, in my heart of hearts, like, that's what I really want. I don't want anyone to have to work unless they want to. And when I say work, I mean sustained hours of doing activity. Somebody like helping, like, do some harvesting. Like, I think about, like, how we're gonna have to do some shit to live there and, like, function. But I'm thinking about how, like, I don't want nobody outside sweating for mad hours doing anything by themselves. Like I want it to be a situation where like we're able to again like run things together but also be realistic. Just like in the world we live in, everybody not gonna do the same job, right? Me and you never gonna be garbage men, are we? But what would we be if we all lived together and we had to dispose of waste? Where would we go? How would we do it? Again, I'm trying to just get people to hold that there are some ways that we're living that is really not promising us nothing but more distress. Like we are really being offered very few options, but I think that that's the thing about it is like being offered something in a capitalist society means that like that's what they want. You know what I mean? They're not offering us options that they don't want. The society we live in isn't offering us a way to live in harmony with the land because they don't want that shit. That's why it's so hard to figure it out. That's why the only people seemingly doing it are white. That's why the people that are moving to the middle of fucking the wilderness and shit is white. Like, they want white people to do that because, hello, they're trying to run them cities a different way. And I feel like that's the thing. Like, when I found out it cost $10 to ride the train in New York, I was shook. I was there, like, maybe 8 years ago, and the shit was like $4. And I'm not trying to say that, like, $4 wasn't crazy to me, but it's like, damn, it's $10 to ride the train? I mean, Kanye and his girlfriend, as I said earlier, Mango Pio, I'm not sure if he was there, but it's really giving like Kanye just wanted to control Bianca in a particular way. And again, when you have a white partner, and I'll speak from my own experience, people do treat you differently. It's just the truth. Like I have been treated so differently when I'm with somebody white versus when I'm with somebody non-white. And again, I've dated a few people who are not white, but I know I have not dated people that were non-white on the highest of key. Like I've dated other white people, like I've dated white people. And while I want to say it wasn't intentional, I do want to be candid that I am a spoiled brat. And like, I think that that's another layer to this is like, I was absolutely going towards people that I knew were going to treat me like a brat and were going to like spoil me in a particular way. And I feel like when I did date two black women in particular, I feel like in those dynamics, and one of them, it was a poly triad situation that I was just trying to see what was going on. You know what I mean? Like I liked the girly, but the boyfriend I wasn't too sure. But in both of those situations, one lasting way longer than the other, I have to hold that like they're just on a different type of time as people. Like one of them was not interested in being a part of my internet life, and I was like respecting that. White men don't give a fuck if I put them on a camera. They don't care. They have so much privilege. It's not going to hurt their career, bitch. Like, in a lot of the things I was like, a lot of my old videos, I'd be looking at them like, good God. And again, it's the way that these white men were like, anyways. Like, one of my exes was like a makeup artist and also like lived in a pretty popular southern city. Again, it's not like she just stopped existing when we break up. So I can understand her not necessarily wanting to be all up on the camera. But I feel like when me and Sydney dated, I showed her off a lot. But again, she was more comfortable. The other black woman I dated was not as comfortable. And I think it's because she had a boyfriend. And I think he wasn't as comfortable. Like, I think at first he was like, ooh, two freaky girls. And then when I got up over there, I think he realized, oh shit, not this woman got a whole fucking, got emotional intelligence. Like, it just felt like me and homegirl were getting along very well. And he was sick because I feel like he realized, I think some men realize like that your girl wanted another bitch because you're boring. Like some men don't want to think about it, but some women don't want a threesome. They want to actually see if they're gay, sweetie, and they don't want to cheat on you. They like you enough to let you be a part of it. You know what I mean? No tea, but I feel like some girlies be like, listen, I'm trying to figure out if I'm gay, and I can't leave him just yet. The rent is due, bitch. You know, but I might be gay. And I feel like after me and her dated, like me and her broke up, and then she broke up with a homeboy and got with a femme. And again, it's the way that I feel like some people think I'm gonna be a femme all the time. I think that's another layer to this too. Is like I think both the women I dated, they both thought that I was gonna be dressing like a girly girl and be super femme. And I feel like both of the women I dated were trying to top. And then I think when I showed up, they were like, I feel like you're gonna top. And I'm like, oh no, bitch, I'm a bottom. But I feel like I was giving top. Like so many bitches think I'm a top, and it's awkward. I gotta be like, listen, the backpack just got art supplies. I am so sorry. Like, I'm so sorry to trick you. I don't have no dick. I don't have no dick in this backpack. I am so sorry for wasting your time. Like, I literally have to apologize. Um, okay, so when you go on Discord, you want to search me, you want to search Yugih0e, but you want to put like a pound sign. My bad for putting the at sign. You need to put the pound and then Yugih0e spelled just like that with the zero as the O. But I'm being so fucking serious. Like, people really do think that like sexuality and how you look correlate. Like, some people will see me and think that like I'm the one giving dick. Never. Never that. I'm so lazy, bitch. Like, I mean, I'm lazy about some things, but yeah, no, I'm a bottom. I'm such a fucking bottom. And again, it's the way that like people think that you're a top, and then they find out you're a bottom and they don't fuck with you. And again, it's the way that like again, if I know I'm trying to get fucked on, and you know you're trying to get fucked on, we should team up and find a top for both of us. But it never goes that way. You never find two bottoms in control of finding the top, and I'm sick of it. It's childish. It's childish. Like, we need to team up. I'm sick. We'll be if there's strength in numbers, right? We should be able to find at least one top between two of us. You feel me? fuck? Like, we should be able to do it. But again, with that being said, like, it's the way that like people are, they're not sure if they're gay. They've been straight their whole life. They saw a woman once or they had a crush on their best friend, all types of shit. And I just want to hold that. I think more people are probably like bisexual or pan romantic, pansexual. Like, I feel like a lot of people think other people are cute, but whether or not your granny can see you love on that woman, and that's so sad, ain't it? Like some people prioritize their old ass granny eyes over their whole damn gay ass life. Like that makes me so sad. Like that's one little thing about being gay that is so tragic. Like it's the way that I know so many gay people that are like, yeah, I can't be gay until my granny dies. And I'm like, and not you hiding that you like RuPaul's Drag Race, like not you having to hide your whole life from these motherfuckers. And again, I'm no disrespect to anybody's granny, but how cool of a granny could she have been? That's where I'm at. Like I used to think my granny was cool too. You live and you learn. Like, and it sucks to find out your granny is whack. Ren, exactly. And that's my other thing too. It's like there are so many times where like, if I didn't find me a man to help out, who knows what would have happened next. And again, I've already said this before, but I feel like I date men because I feel like I don't think that I'm all the way emotionally mature to be with a femme person. I be trying it. I be trying it every now and then. But if I'm being super candid right now, I feel like every femme person that has swiped on me for the most part was looking for a third or with a man. So there's a part of me that feels like I really do think that we're at a time where women are like, look, I already fucking know. Like this man and me, we gonna pay this rent together. We gonna get this money, but I need more than him. And again, it's the way that like I really be wondering how this shit about to go. Cause it's the way I love how some people talk about polyamory. Cause this one dude was like, yo, let me guess, you a poly? I'm so sorry, bitch. That shit got me scream, got me scream. You a poly? Yeah, listen, I don't care what anybody does though. If you end up fucking with somebody and you like it and they have the same coochie as you or the same dick as you, cool. Like I just again I hate that we live in a time where like there are so many people that are scared to be their full self because of somebody who is leaving. That is so cruel to me. Like imagine you're leaving the earth and there's a young person who can't wait till you die to be their full self. That is such a tragic story. And again, so many gay folk are telling it. So many trans folk are telling it. And again, it's the way that some of us just know that our family actually can't wait to discard us. And I think that that's the bigger thing is that some of us already know that they barely are fucking family already. Let us be gay. Shit is tragic, but I can absolutely understand. My mama and I did not speak the whole time I dated women. Every woman I dated, every woman I fucking dated, my mom did not speak to me the entire time. It was funny as hell. But I didn't want to talk to her. So I wasn't worried about it. But it's why my mom only comes into my life whenever I got a man. I swear to you. Let me be single. I don't hear from her. Mm, I mean, it depends. I think that some of us know, like, that some men are. I don't even want to say. I don't even want to go that far. I'll say this: I've never been in a poly situation with a man. I've never tried to date like two people at the same time. When I dated the woman who had a boyfriend, it was very much understood that like me and her had a relationship, and that he was with her, but I'm not in their business, and so it was never giving like throuple. But I do think that like at some point, I kind of started feeling like she wanted to have like a relationship next to his. You know what I mean? Like it felt like she wanted to like have me while he was at work and then have him and then I just disappear, I guess. I think that was part of why I was like really hurt about it cuz I kind of felt like damn, like am I just like a plaything for the day? Like, 'cause she worked from home too. And so there was a part of me that wondered, like, am I just company, you know? But it's also the way that, like, I didn't really care because, like, I liked her. So I was like, if this is what being with you is, like, if being with you means, like, I'm sitting in your house hanging out with you while your man's at work. But in retrospect, I feel like that's what a lot of people want. A lot of people want a relationship where, like, you just spend all your time with them. I'm not saying everybody, but some people really do want that. Like, they really want to just have you there. Like, it doesn't matter, like, what else is happening. Like, they just want to have access to you. Bitch, you already know. I can't go to McDonald's no more. I have to actually boycott McDonald's, and it's so hard. But it's getting easier though. The last fry I had from there, bitch, was so fucking cold. Like, I'm still hurt about that. I love fries too much to have cold fries. Like, that shit really did. But I left a mark in my hippocampus, an indelible mark. You want someone's full attention, so you don't think you could be poly. And I feel like that's where I'm at right now. It's like I be wanting to, like, meet up with people, like, in theory, but at this point, it's like I'm getting loved so good. Like, I'm getting treated so good that there's a part of me that's like, no, I don't want nothing else. Like, I want more people to hang out with, like, friends wise. I really don't want anyone else to kiss. Like, I'm so good. I got all the kisses I want. I got all the booty squeezes. Like, I just feel like physically, like, we are on point. I do think that, like, communication though, like, we could definitely work on our conversations, like, together for sure. But I think it's just like I really need to take, like, a detox from social media so bad. Like, I need like a technology reset or like a tech diet or something. Cause it's the way that the internet will have me sucked in, bitch. I'll be like literally, I'll have like a phone and a laptop. I'll be really like, bitch. And it's again, I'm just doing research. I'm just like researching all day, trying to get more information, trying to figure out why this shit look like this shit. And like, it feels good, but sometimes it's just like fuck. Like, I spent like 6 hours like doing deep dives on like tragedies that are still unfolding that people aren't talking about as much anymore. And it's just like I'm happy I did it, but I'm also like my body. Another rotisserie. I'm screaming, not spit roast. Not in theory, Johnny. I appreciate you. Do you see yourself being married one day? I think I told y'all I already proposed to Dane. I think I already told y'all that. Like, I asked Dane to be my husband, and I told him I want to take his last name. Um, so not to be anticlimactic, just to say that, like, I already knew. Like, I already knew I wanted to marry him. Again, I know it's dramatic. I know it's hella dramatic, but um, as long as he still want to marry me, I still want to marry his ass. But who knows? Like, who fucking knows? I know that we don't want to have kids. I know that that's the thing. Like, in my heart of hearts, like, I want to have Sims children with him. I want to raise many kids on Sims. Never want to have a baby in real life. Bitch, our wedding is gonna be like a Arby's. Like, please come by. Like, please come help us like mow down on these fucking these curly fries, bitch. Honestly, like, we're literally going to have like a wedding at like a fucking good ass spot with some hibachi or some shit, or a fucking or a pho bowl or some a pho place. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, we eat Mexican a lot. I feel like we're Mexican sushi hoes, but there's a good ass Hawaiian spot out here. We might hit the Hawaiian spot. Red Lobster got some good ass food, bitch. Low key, Hooters got good ass motherfucking shrimp. I know some people will not believe me, but Hooters got a good ass steamed shrimp, and they got a good ass crab leg too. I know bitches not gonna believe me, but Hooters used to have the best steamed shrimp. I used to get that shit all the time. Nowadays, bitch, them shrimps went up, bitch. But low key, bitch, I would definitely have a fucking wedding at Hooters. I don't care. Like, I just, again, I'm not thinking about the wedding ceremony for real. I'm thinking about I'm thinking about the party. Like, I'm only trying to get married for the party, bitch. Obviously for the lifelong partner. But I really want there just to be a fun little party. And don't worry, we're gonna live stream it. So if you can't fly out, don't worry, bitch. You gonna still get to watch. We still gonna have a good time. But yeah, I want it to be something goofy. Like, I might even get married at the mall. Like, that ass. Like, we might actually get married in a Hot Topic. And then what, you know? just want to have a good time. And I think I don't know. I'm excited for like the future. I really hate wintertime. It's so boring. But I feel like in the summer, me and Dave was really making moves and really going out and having a good time. And even in the fall. So I like to believe you're not wrong. But I like to believe that like this summer we're gonna be doing more stuff. So you'll be able to see his personality because I feel like whenever I be putting him on camera, he's on the spot. But that motherfucker funny as hell. Like you're gonna be dying laughing. Like I promise you, he is really goofy. Excuse me. Not I drooled. Not I drooled talking about my man. I'm sick. But yeah, no, he is goofy as fuck. Like there are so many moments in my life where I literally look at him and I'm like, just thank you for talking to me every day. Just thank you. Because every day he makes me die laugh. Like I literally never know what the fuck he's gonna say. Such a fucking Libra, but with a Scorpio stellium. So he really will just pop out. Like I feel like Scorpios, the energy, like, whoa. I never realized I needed a Scorpio stellium in my life. Always been kind of scared of the Scorpio people. But he's got such a warmth to him. I feel like also Venus and Virgo, I'm Venus and Aqua. I just feel like we actually are quite compatible. And there's almost this energy of like I just feel like he's very nurturing and I'm very cerebral. So I feel like that's another layer to this. Is like he's very much like cradling me like a baby and I'm kind of just like beaming like intention into him and like telling him all types of shit that he's never heard before. I think that's another layer to this too. Is like Virgos are very much perfectionists and I feel like he knows, like I think that's another thing too, is like Virgo is very much like I perfect. And so nothing is perfect, right? So they're usually quite annoyed. Like that's why Virgo be annoyed because they're like, bitch, it is. Bitch, they keep on fucking with my life. But I'm about to leave soon. Probably it's my last one. But Virgos are I perfect. And so therefore like his heart is in perfection. And there's no perfect love, but I feel like he knows I've had so many loves that were so toxic that I think in his heart he knows that like a perfect love to me is the opposite of making me feel like that shit. So he goes out of his way to communicate. He's very understanding, very patient. He's pushing himself to be more communicative because he's very avoidant and I'm very anxious. And so there's lots of transformation happening between both of us. And my Aqua Venus, my heart is in I know. And so it takes a lot of convincing for me romantically. I really have to watch you for a long time to really trust you. And even then, I don't really trust anything. So with that being said, the Aquarius is very much interested in gathering information. Avoidant partners can be really hard for that placement because they don't necessarily want to talk about everything. And Venus and Aqua really does want to talk about everything. They want a best friendship that doesn't necessarily fit the confines of just a lover. It's very homie, lover, friend, but also confidant, but also getaway vehicle. You know what I mean? Like how many hats could you wear in love? Cause I got a motherfucking wardrobe full of them. I could be a lot of things if I love you. What could you be? And I think again for him, Venus and Virgo, how perfect can it get? And I think that's why he's into me because I'm like I could do a lot of things. Like I could like it's not gonna be perfect, but how close can we get? Like how many ways can we shift to make it work? Again, depending on where your heart is in the chart, y'all may not be able to have a conversation because again, someone like let's say somebody had a Venus in Aries. Aries is I am. Somebody with Venus and Libra might not be able to deal with that person because they need to feel special in a way that isn't necessarily something that can be shared. They don't necessarily want to share being special. Right, Scorpio stellium, motherfucking I obsess. Like Scorpio is I obsess, bitch. And so he literally has 3 placements that are like obsession, obsession, obsession. So he's very intense. But the Virgo makes him very cool. Like I feel like that's the thing about it. He's very intense. But if the shit don't make sense, he's cool. Like if it's not gonna make it better, if we're not gonna be creating harmony, be blessed, If it's gonna be confusion, be blessed, be blessed. You feel me? But oh, if it's hot, passionate, exciting, going deeper, going into the depths. And again, Aries and Scorpio might actually work because Aries is war, Mars, and Scorpio has Mars in it. But again, that Pluto might really make it to where they become obsessed with trying to get you to, again, see that like they're worthy of, being obsessed over as well. Because again, they're going to be on you, but are you going to return that? And again, I can be very cold in love. I can be very like my Venus in Aqua is very much like, are you worth it? Can I crash out over you? And I think for me at this point, I'm like, yeah, I could crash out over Dane. Not for real, for real. Like, I just feel like I could see me doing a lot of things for him that, again, there's moments in relationships where you're like, I don't like you that much. And again, maybe you don't, because again, as a Venus in Aqua, I be thinking about the degrees to which you'll like somebody and you'll do certain stuff. It's some people right now, like, bitch, I just seen a tweet that was like, if you ever see a man driving my car, go ahead and call the cops because he done killed me. And I was screaming because it's like, it's the way that when I did have a car, I would always let my little bookie drive it because it's like, sweet, I don't like driving. But again, it's the way that some women will see that as like like giving something to a man. Like, and I'm not saying it's not. If he got your car, bitch, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm not trying to trigger nobody. I'm just trying to say, like, to somebody that don't matter. To somebody like a man driving your car, who cares? But to somebody, oh, she gotta really love you to take Betsy out the driveway to readjust her seat when she got it the way she like it. Again, some people are gonna be like, I like you enough to get you a Crunchwrap Supreme. I'll never be frying chips in a fucking hot oil pan at your house. I'll never cook a damn shrimp, a toast. I'll never do that. It's some people right now that's like, yeah, I like him. He's cool, but I'll never, I ain't never watching that baby. Yeah, his BM, she scares me. I'm not strong enough. I'm scared a bit, but also I don't like him that much to be doing babysitting. And again, with that being said, for me, I feel like I'm at a point where if I found out Dane had a side baby on me, I would leave, but I wouldn't tear up the house. You know what I mean? I'll be like, you was real for as long as you was real. I feel like that's the closing statement. And I feel like that's all I would have at this point. At this point. But again, I'm crying over here. At this point, I'm a diva cup bitch. At this point, fucking with anything else. I'm over it. But I'm gonna be real with you. I feel like depending on how your shit, I feel like just depending on how it feels to insert anything, you know, it may not hit for you, and I understand that. Excuse me, but yeah, no, I've shifted my behavior. I used to make my own pads because as a fat bitch, I already told y'all before. I'll put a fucking, I'll take a bunch of baby wipes and make like a little burrito. Maybe not a burrito, maybe a churro. Yeah, a wet wipe churro. And then I'll roll it in paper towel. And then I'll put one end of it into my butt crack. And then put the rest of it into my coochie. And basically make like a little banana boat. And I feel like that has helped me so much. Like for anybody with a fat coochie, anybody who tampon is just not big enough, a pad not big enough, it's just not enough. You're a heavy flow girl. You're a heavy girl, period. So just keep that in mind. Like you can make your own pads. I would definitely suggest a flushable wipes in the middle. And don't flush this. This cannot be flushed. There's a paper towel on the outside. But again, it is helpful. If you can't get wet wipes, that's not a big deal. You could just take some paper towel, or so you could take some toilet paper and wet it just a little bit. Not to the point where it's like too mushy, but wet it to where it's saturated, if that makes sense. You don't want to fall into clumps, but you want a wet core. Because when the blood comes in, it's going to trap the blood inside. Again, bitch, I'm poor. So that's why I know about this. But I'm telling you, you want to create some kind of interior to the paper towel. And I want to be also candid. You want to moisturize really well that day. Good lotion. Good lotion. Lil Fizz, good lotion. I'm so sorry. Love and Hip Hop came on the other day, and I was like, damn, they got me for life. I'm gonna always sing, "This ain't the life, this ain't the life." Like, I'm gonna always cry when Scrappy tells E Money, when he tells E Money that he's going to motherfucking prison, bitch. I'm always cry. When Mama D says, "Away with these bitches," talking about Mignon and Erica, "Away with these bitches," Mama D. The way Mama D really do look like Vivica Fox. Like, it's jarring. Ooh, period panties. I'm so jealous. I really am thinking about it myself. I feel like a plastic diaper. I'm with it. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Cause there's just times where Diva Cup, makeshift pad, tampon, actually just like I'm pro free bleed. I know a lot of people are not free bleeders, but there's just something about being able to bleed at your heart's content and not having to do a damn thing. Like I feel like that's the one thing that I am looking forward to if I do get some plastic underwears or a plastic diaper is the free bleed experience. Cause oh my god, bitch, I just cannot wait to just live life and not worry too much. Cause bitch, between going to the bathroom in the middle of your period, like bitch, and I'm not ready for this. Like it's coming. What's today? My shit started coming on the 10th recently. It was at the end of the month, and then all of a sudden it started coming on the 10th, bitch, and I'm shook. 'Cause that means that like that bitch came in under 30 days, like one time, just so it could skip. And I hate her for that. I got 4 more days of freedom, bitch. 4 more days of panty free. And then I'm going on lockdown, bitch. I'm so sick about it. Mm-mm-mm. Also, sweatpants, bitch. Like, I feel like that's another thing too. Like, if you wear a big enough and thick enough pair of sweatpants, you can free bleed in them if you want to. I would suggest a black pair of sweatpants if you want to do a free bleed. Some dark panties, black panties, black sweatpants. I know some people not gonna fuck with it, but I think that free bleeding just feels the best. And that's my story. Um, but yeah, you said the coochie club. Oh, bitch, chub rub is not a game. Like right now, I have like 3 chub rub boils underneath like my booty, like right underneath my booty, bitch, and they hurt so bad, and it's not a fucking game. And like every day I'm like doing a peroxide, like I'm like wiping, I'm using like a wet wipe and peroxide just to kind of like if there's anything, because again that's the thing about having boils like in your thigh meat near your booty, like they can pop at any point. Like I'm not trying to do too much, but I'm just saying like if for anybody out there who has boils, cover boils, I love you so much. Oh my god, like I'm pretty sure I'm a PCOS bitch also, because like sweetie, it's the way that I have like many hairs down here, and it's about that time to start cutting them. But it's just like it's the way that the boils are not playing with my ass. It is so fucking terrifying. My God. Right. I've totally done like a face towel between and totally just let it go. I feel like I did like wet wipes and then like a hand towel and I just let that shit go. And I feel like for the most part that was probably one of the most successful because I feel like there's something about the wet wipe on your vulva, like around like actually on like the mound, that kind of makes it so that it can't chub rub burn, right? Because it's being moisturized and it feels good as fuck, but at some point it starts to get hot because it's getting full of blood, right? So I feel like that's what I liked about it is that like at first it's refreshing, but then at some point you're like it's time to change it. But I also really appreciate that we could talk candidly about being fat sluts. We're not being sluts because we're talking about that. But what I mean is like being fat and like having a vagina that be bleeding. and talking about all of our ways of communicating. I'm sorry for calling us fat sluts for that, but what I mean is like I'm a fat slut. That's what I was trying to offer, is that I'm a fat slut, and I love that I get to talk to people about vagina things happening, and trying to figure out what it looks like to keep ourselves, as good as we can. Word, same. Like I support all sluts, fat or not. But yeah, as I was saying though, my period's coming in 4 days and I'm not ready. I'm very distressed about it. I also said I was gonna leave after this one, and it's coming to that time. I feel like closing statements are holy shit, life is crazy, but we're still making it. It's okay that we don't know how yet. um there's something I wanted to tell y'all about, but I think I'm blanking on it. There's some events coming up at that place that I took a video at, and I'm actually like, this is gonna be so messy, and that's why I'm so glad I'm doing it at the end of this long ass live. But when I went to the fucking event, I think one of the people that runs it, like, I don't want to say they were trying to hit on me. I was definitely trying to hit on them. But I feel like they kind of like let me know, like, because I asked, I was like, you got a Buki still? Like, because you told me about your Buki, da da da. So, and they're like, yes, I still am married. And I'm like, cool. But I want to ask them, like, to do an interview about the space, just because, again, I've never seen anyone buy a house in order to, like, create a space for people to showcase things. Like, I've never, like, I know that some people, I don't even know. They basically just like bought a house or are renting a house. I'm not sure if they bought the house, but they're using the whole space to like do all types of cool stuff. And there's a part of me that wonders like, how can this be spreading out? But also like, how do we get people to? How do we like also talk about housing insecurity? Because I think like it's cool that that place is a place where people get to go and just exist. That's really cool. But oh, thank you. I'm glad you kicked it here too. Ren, yeah, and see, you see, you're saying it's a nonprofit, but I feel like that's the thing too. Yes, no. I hope everybody adds the Discord. We're trying to figure out if on Sunday we're gonna do a movie night or not. But I'm hoping that I can get the poll up before I go to sleep tonight, so we can figure out what it looks like to watch stuff together, if we want to do a discussion or not. And I also think like if people want to watch like the movie and just listen in afterwards, that also works. But I think some movies, like, people might not want to talk after, might want to just go lay down. So with that being said, I'm hoping that we can figure out like how to make it more of a social space. And again, individual relationships popping off there, that's awesome. I'm really looking forward to seeing like who connects with who, and how that those relationships flourish. Like you really never know when you join groups like this. Like you really never know who you're gonna meet, or who's gonna feel the same way you do about something, or even more importantly, who is gonna have the same like moral code or ways of seeing the world like you, and feels like a safe person to maybe build something that you've already been dreaming of, maybe collectively in a way that you don't know about yet. So that's what I'm thinking about, is like how many people will talk to each other and realize we have something to do together, even if it's just laugh. Like I feel like that's the most exciting part about this, is like there's no expectations other than, I'm pretty sure the people that I added are people that are also online who want to talk. And so if y'all do talk, that's cool. If you want to just lurk, that's also okay. There's no mandatory having to talk. I just want to put that out there, that please don't ever feel like you need to be communicating or else you're gonna get kicked out. That's not the vibes. I feel like the only thing that I think would make people like not want people in the space is anti-blackness, white supremacy unfolding. But I could be wrong. Gotta ask more questions. So that's the energy. If people have more questions for me, please ask them. You can ask me anything. I'm gonna try to tell you to the best of my ability. But if I don't know something, I'm just ask the group what they're feeling. And I feel like, again, I'm not in charge, but I understand that in the beginning, I kind of am the point person. So I'm hoping that we can figure out like what it looks like so that no one has to be in charge and we can govern ourselves. But I'm also trying to make sure that we have a backup just in case like nobody knows what to do and we have to do something seemingly. So always trying to work in a harm reduction kind of frame. Like how can we not hurt together? Like how can we all not be hurting? But I know that sometimes that's not possible. Like I think sometimes people experiencing harm or pain, like that's part of what unfolded, and so reducing it would maybe be honoring it, holding space for other ways to handle it in the future. Again, I do not fucking know, but I'm hoping that we can keep on talking so that it doesn't rest in one person to know. So, yeah, with all that being said, thanks, folks, for saying that they want to be in the Discord. Someone asked me about live streaming Sims. I'm super down. I know there's some other people that play Sims in the Discord as well. I'd love to watch other people play if they're interested. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can figure something out. In the meantime, in between time, I think what could also be helpful is if people drop their cities and which cities they were in. And if you don't want to drop your city, you could drop your state. Just so that if I find like local events that might be like community driven, like there's an event I'm going to this month where people are getting clothing together for fat people who are Mask of Center, and then there's also an event coming up where there's like a bunch of like black indigenous people of color who want to do figure drawing on non-white bodies, and so the idea is that all of these people of color are coming together to draw each other and not be in a room with a bunch of white people drawing white people. So with that being said, there's a lot of things that I want to share in this space, and hopefully it will get you to come back to the Discord and tell us about your adventures. Like I think about that too, that like some of you may find cool stuff in your area and tell us about it, and that'll be a part of all of our lives being enriched because we'll see you trying something new, existing. Like again, like we need good news, and I think we also need to leave our houses in a way that feels like we're gonna leave it for a reason that makes sense. Like that's gonna pour in more than it takes out. So that's my energy. Hoping that people want to contribute, but if not, no big deal. I feel like the space is it's brand new. So we don't know what it's going to become, how much energy people are going to have. So no expectations. If you feel like you see something cool, you want to share it. I'm cool to make a couple different text rooms. But the thing about Discord is you can stream live from any device. So if you have it on a computer, you can show us what your computer is doing. If you have a phone, you can show us on your phone, iPad, same thing. And so it's a way for us to watch stuff collectively. So who knows, maybe one day you feel like it's a Grey's Anatomy day. I've been wanting to watch Grey's Anatomy from the beginning. If so, maybe you'll appreciate watching it in a text thread so that while we're watching, we can text back and forth. Maybe you'll want to watch it and have mics on so that when we're laughing, we can laugh together. That's the idea about the space. The space is just to kind of circumvent the fact that we're all not going to be able to leave the house and go and have these social experiences that maybe we saw our mothers or aunts or grandmothers have, but we can have them in different ways and maybe with a little bit more boundaries and just flexibility. Sometimes your mom might have had somebody over the house for like 6 hours, and that was great. But your mom didn't have 6 hours of help listening. Maybe you don't have 6 hours of listening. You can dip out whenever you need to. You don't have to explain yourself. Like there's rooms where like people can just talk. And if they want to listen, cool. If they don't, they don't. So just keep that in mind. There's nothing you're supposed to do on the space. If it's overwhelming, please take time and space away. But also feel free to leave a voice note. Feel free to leave a text note and talk about what you were feeling. Like I really want this space to be a space where people know that feeling things isn't a problem, and it's also not the last step. Like you could feel anything. But what's next? Is that feeling going to inspire maybe a conversation, maybe a song, maybe a cry, maybe a meditation? Who knows? But I want people to feel safe to say, hey, I feel like shit today and I kind of want to just sit in the scream room and talk hella shit and scream about my dad. I want people to be like, yo, I want to hear you. Or people that say, hey, do you want to talk about dads together? I've got some dad stories. Like I'm wondering like what our world would look like if more of us asked more questions and actually knew that we could actually say, hey, I gotta go. I can't. I don't have it. Like, what would the world be if we could all be honest about how little we have or how much we had? It's ambitious, it seems, but it's low stakes, bitch. It's on the internet. You know what I mean? It's on your phone, it's on the computer. And again, if you ever are feeling like overwhelmed, please know there will be a room for overwhelm. If you wanted to be overwhelmed in a room and talk about your overwhelm, if you wanted to just sit in a room that's playing like binaural beats or some shit, you can make that a reality. Like maybe you're distressed. Exactly. And dismissible me, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that people know that if you're watching someone on the Discord make cookies, that's great. Like maybe that person really just needed some attention and isn't getting it, and you actually provided them something that they weren't gonna get. Like I want us to think like that like some of us like really didn't get a lot of attention, and that's why we're online. That's why we're here, not just because we love talking to people, but because maybe like our attention wells are low. And so I'm trying to just keep that in mind that like there are going to be people that come into the Discord and they want attention. Maybe they're not reaching for it in the way that we want them to, but that's why they're there. So I want to also come in with like an understanding that like, just like how I come here and like y'all hang out with me and like it's fun to get caught up. Like some people will want that too. Some people will want to just sit and talk and just be heard. And I think that again, creating a space where that could be possible, but also knowing that like y'all may know of a way to get people to talk or a way to get people to open up or be vulnerable or even just again just show up in a certain way. Maybe y'all have a secret ingredient or just a way of seeing the world that I can't. I'm grateful and I'm welcoming that energy. Like I'm trying to stay teachable through this because again, I don't know shit. And I feel like I have such a better life when I'm like, versus like operating like I just know shit. It's so boring when I operate like I just know shit. That's what I'm saying. Like the internet is like it's low stakes and high stakes at the same time. But I will say this, like, I don't think I have to say we don't want anybody bullying. I do want to be candid though that like I really would appreciate a way to talk about issues. Like I'd love it if we could have a channel where like we could air grievances because maybe people are mad about the same thing and it can stop. That's my thought process. But I'm gonna do some more digging and see like how we broach conflict in groups because I think that there's probably already a workbook out there that'll help. But I know I need to do more research so I can make it, so I can be a safer person to be in this space as well. Because I'm thinking about it like that if I'm being curious, how much safer we all can be, because I'm not gonna jump in and say, oh, I know this is bad. Maybe I won't know. Maybe I'm gonna need to ask more people more questions. Maybe I'll think that something unfolding is like really fucked up, and then I'll realize, oh, this person is, lashing out, but they're also realizing in real time that they're dysregulated, they're upset, like they're apologizing. Like I don't want to make it seem like, oh, one mistake and you're out of here. Like I really want us to be like, hey, how are you feeling when this was happening? Like I want us to get a full picture of conflict so that we can acknowledge like sometimes like or most times nobody was being evil or bad. Like we both didn't understand what was happening, and then when we had to fight, we both didn't know which weapons to choose. And again, I think that there are so many moments like that in my life where like I didn't know how to fight that person and they didn't know how to fight me, and so we both picked up the nastiest fucking weapon because we're like again, it's very rare that we're like, oh, there's a fight, let's grab the rubber ducky. Oh, there's conflict, let's grab the butter knife. Like we're not gonna do that. Like when we're afraid, we might actually go to the extreme and try to kill something that could actually be really, really helpful. Like it could actually be a part of like living a life that that we're not afraid to really show. Because again, I don't exist the way that I do because I want to be right. I want to be a good person. I think I just want to not be so worried about decisions I made. I want to not look back and be like, damn, that was really crazy. Fuck, like I really wish I would have, like I want to stop saying like I want to stop telling myself I wish I would have asked more questions. I want to just start doing that. Abby, I hope you have a good day. But anyways, like I was saying, I'm really hoping that all the trans people, all the black people, all the black trans people, all the black queer people, all the people that are fucking living in this world and are not sure what's coming, sweetie, us. Us. We have to, like, sweetie, like, it's the way that pride gotta happen every day, just like Black History. Like, it's the way trans history, Black history, you know what I mean? Like, it's the way that it all has to happen at the same time, all the time. It's the way that we actually can't be waiting no month. It's the way we can't wait. And I love that. I love, like, Age of Aquarius is so beautiful. I'm so grateful to be living in the Age of Aquarius because it's very much I know. And I truly believe, like, all the questions that maybe ancestors were asking in the age of motherfucking Pisces, I think they're going to be answered now. That's how I want to leave you. I think that some of those years, some of those decades of question asking, I think the answers are coming, bitch. And I pray that you can listen. I pray you can hear. I pray you can hear it. I pray you steady yourself and you can hear. I pray you still yourself and listen. Because a lot of people are telling us a lot of things right now. We're getting so much more information than we've ever gotten before as a species. There's so much information, so many answers. Don't forget 2025, bitch. 2025, 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5. Okay, we're in year 9. We're in year 9, baby. It's a pregnant head. A lot of thoughts, a lot of understanding, a lot of knowledge, but we're bent over. And it's not just because we're looking at a phone, but it's also that hunch of like, damn, shit is heavy. Shit is heavy. A lot of shoulder pain right now at this time. Year of 9 is very heavy, very heavy headed. So try your best to, diversify. Don't drink too much alcohol in this time. I promise you, bitch, it's not the fucking answer. And I know that's hard to say, but trust me, if you need something that's going to be like alcohol, but not fuck you up, please hit me up, bitch. I would love to help you. Honestly, for everybody who's an addict, like, I would be real with you. I don't mind smoking weed. Like, I'd be saying I want to quit, but I'm at a point now where it's like, you know what? You know what, bitch? Just like there's an old man with a pipe full of fucking snuff and peppermint, sweetie, I'm gonna be that elder that has rose petals and tobacco and weed on my motherfucking hands, baby. And that's why I don't have no kids. I'm not gonna put it on no baby head. But I'm just saying, I'm not going to be like your granny. I'm not gonna smell like this or that. So with that being said, I just want to acknowledge that I am an addict. I'm aware. I smoke a lot. I'm gonna smoke again when I get up off of here, bitch. And I don't care. But I will say this. Do I know that like there's ways to mitigate or do less? Sure. But I say that to say for the alcohol girls, I feel like the smokers, I feel like our shit's more normalized. Like you could be a smoker and smoke with abandon and people really don't give a fuck. Let me have that many drinks as I smoke. Motherfuckers would be really looking at me crazy. So I just want to be candid. Like, I got some shit that mimics alcohol. And again, I'm not trying to get nobody on nothing. In fact, I feel like if you start getting, bitch, of course. Bitch, of course. I feel like if you start getting drunk off the mushroom, it'll actually just leave you a little bit better than it found you. Versus you getting drunk off Corona, waking up, stomach all fucked up, acid reflux. Like again, I'm just trying to think about like how we can mimic it. Cause for the girlies that do cocaine, Ghost OG, that is a weed strain that mimics cocaine. You don't have to smoke it. You could turn it into butter and eat that shit. You could turn it into fucking oil and just rub that shit inside your mouth or on your body. Like you really could figure out a different way to do any drug you want. But smoking, sweetie, I love the oral, the cessation, the smoke of my tongue, the flavor. Ooh, I could tell sometimes when I mixed it more, a little bit more grizzly. Sometimes I usually don't mix it too weed heavy. It's mostly like rose petals, then tobacco, then weed. Like I feel like weed is the lowest. So as much as I smoke, I feel like I'm more addicted to the smoking and to the tobacco and the rose than I am the weed, which means like when I get low on weed, I'm actually okay because I never was smoking that much weed already. But I am very addicted to tobacco. I'm so aware of that. And that's why I'm rolling another one as I leave. But as I said, I think that for most of us, we know that we're doing something. And if we need support, we need whatever the fuck, please reach out. Because again, If I never found out about rose petals, sweetie, it's the way I would be chain smoking cigarettes all the damn time. I feel like the geranol and the rose petal is why I have peace of mind. But again, not everybody knows what plants are gonna get them this or that, and I only learned because bitch, I was over here fucking running out of money. I was over here trying to figure out how the fuck could I smoke, how the fuck could I handle my anxiety, how can I, and I had to realize like I'm not a project first. I'm not gonna be able to figure it all out. but I'm gonna also throw some shit in my way. So if I know I'm smoking this much, I'm gonna keep myself with a motherfucking tasty ass little drink with some fucking roses or some ginger, some mandarins. Like I'm going to find some way to get my needs met. I'm going to find some way to reduce the harm, but I'm gonna still be doing the harmful thing. And again, I don't think for 1 second that I'm a healthy person, and I've never one time told y'all that. And I don't chase health. I feel like if I feel like shit, I'm gonna look into why. 9 times out of 10, though, it's depression and living in late stage capitalism. So I feel like with that being said, if you are out here smoking on a rock, I do not judge you. I'm sure all of the habits that you now hate or don't really appreciate, they started off as trying to cope through this shit. Started off as you trying to make it through. I understand what that's like. And so with that being said, I am absolutely your friend who is an addict who is aware of it, which makes it kind of dangerous at times because you can really tell yourself anything, can't you? But with that being said, I know that when people are addicted to things and they're very candid with us and they're very, it's just very much like it's clear what we're seeing. It can be hard to, again, it can be really hard to know, like, damn, am I enabling this person? And should I be saying more? I'll say this. If you were addicted to something and I obviously couldn't see, would you want me to tell you that what you're doing is wrong or that like I want to help you? Like, would you want that? Probably not. But I think that part of me being so candid about being an addict is because again, there are a lot of times where I would be like, oh, I don't want to smoke so much. And it's like, that's not true. That is not true, bitch. I actually enjoy to smoke. And I feel like, again, there's somebody out there who enjoys drinking. There's nothing wrong with that. I was just trying to offer some harm reduction because, again, if I were to find out that I like to smoke a vape, like if I find out that a dryer vape is better than rolling these shits up, I will switch in a minute. But I just haven't switched to anything in a while. Trump wanting Greenland is scary because there are some people in Greenland who want that. Like I actually saw there were some native people from Greenland that really want Trump to come over Denmark because they feel like the Denmark folk, the Danish, have been shitty. So, and I felt bad because I'm like, damn, not the Danish have been shitty to the point where, like I'll take American. It's like imagine. But I don't know Danish people like that. I've never met too many Danish people, but I'm pretty sure the whites is whiting. There's a part of me that's like, I hate to say this, but those people are about to fuck around and find out, and it's sad. But there's also a part of me that feels like that's what war looks like. War looks like people making decisions based on their lived experience, right? And so they lived an experience where the Danish people have already fucked with them. They're like, why not try Americans? They're telling us that they didn't think anti-blackness and chattel slavery unfolding there was enough bad. Again, it's the way that sometimes like people will want to work with, Canadian folk, and it's like, but it's the way that Canada don't seem that bad, even though they did very similar things. Like, in fact, you know what? It's like, can you call chattel slavery the same? Like, again, I'd be really sitting here like, I don't know how the fuck indigenous people could ever think that anywhere that enslaved black people was a place that was gonna fuck with them. I really wonder how you get there, but again, lack of information, lack of history. So, with that being said, it'd be hard for me to be like dragging people all the time because it's like, I know nobody wanted you to know this, but also like the thirst for knowledge and who gets to be someone who's like who cares, who cares enough to read. Like I think that that's the other thing too. Is like if you don't have any time to read, even if you didn't want to. Like, there's books I want to read right now. I don't have the energy. Ooh, if someone had brought up a conversation about reading stamina and like being able, like when you were younger, being able to read a bunch of chapter books, being able to read books like really quickly, and the older you get, like it's because of the phones, bitch. I hate to tell you that, but that's why I was telling you all about the subreddit called Anti-Work, because they do really talk about, again, a lot of ways that we're being harmed by living in this experiment of humanity, because I truly believe that's what we're at this point. Humanity is a fucking experiment, and they've been experimenting with psychedelics. Like, oh my god, some of the things that have come out about the CIA and the ways that they've like run certain just tests on people that would like just look into like things that like have become declassified, because it's the way that they were putting like LSD in mad people's food and water and observing them to see like, can we get them to still go to work if they're on crack? Like, it's crazy. It's like the ways that like our world is a response to things that like they've tested on people. It's really sick, friends. But I say all that to say that I've been talking for a long time. I'm about to dip out. I missed y'all so much. I love talking to y'all. Y'all are so fucking fun. I watched the live where I did the interview for the job I lost, and I was fucking screaming. It was so fucking funny in there. I low-key missed the old apartment, like just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just I feel like we was having a silly ass little time. A silly ass little time. But yeah, I love y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Add me on the Discord. There's no @ symbol before yugih0e. It's a £, just for anybody that made it to the end. My bad. Also, the last video that Maya's World put out about jealousy and deep dark skinned people, please go check that video out, because at one point we started talking about jealousy and why it's okay if people are jealous. And there was someone in the comment section of Maya's World's new video who was like, you know, even if some deep dark skinned people are jealous, like that's not like what we should focus on. And I was like, thank you for saying that, because again, like it's the way that like, again, I already talked about it too much, but it's the way that like once you're marginalized, you're supposed to perform like that's okay. Y'all didn't hurt me. And it's like, but what if they did? Like, what if you're affected? Like, now what? And again, it's the way that like, can you be vulnerable and marginalized? With a question. And again, you should be more vulnerable. Not you should be, but like you should be allowed to be vulnerable about such trauma. But again, it's the way that like being marginalized and being traumatized, they both inform each other. Whew, I didn't mean to leave you on that tip, I promise you. But I'm glad that it came up, because again, it's the way that it's not either or, bitch. It's not either or. There's always two things happening. Two things always being true at one time is what I'm noticing. Like, there could be multiple truths, many truths, you know? So let's just stay curious. But yeah, thank y'all so much for listening and hanging out. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Bye!